I'm just gonna be like reacting to videos and shit. I'm just like that's what I've been doing all day today.
Utterly inane excuse for entertainment.
Make sure the microphone is positioned correctly.
Watching this, I get the creepy sense that the entire reason gods and generals exist.
That should be good.
Civil War buffs that the Confederacy wasn't really all that bad. That it was
Gods. Have you ever seen the movie Gods and Generals?
The antebellum South was just a thought.
Dude, it's goofy. It's a Civil War movie, but it's like propaganda at the same time.
As we'll see, the proof.
It's like Confederate propaganda. And Benedict. No, but it has Benedict Cumberbatch in it. It has Doctor Strange in it. But it's like it makes the South look good.
The institution of slavery.
Right. It makes like Stonewall Jackson look like a fucking saint.
As the saying goes, facts don't care about your feelings.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Challenged in a healthy way. Because if you truly know that
it's the truest thing Ben Shapiro ever said, honestly.
One YouTube video by a confirmed
it is the truest thing Ben Shapiro ever said. I'm not paying $160 for it, though, let me tell you.
Recognized film as an important tool for spreading political propaganda. In his case, he was trying to reinforce Marxist principles in the minds of the Russian people. But even before Lenin, and certainly ever since, film has been used to further the spread of pretty much every ideology under the sun. There's fascism, anti-fascism, classical liberalism, militarism, anti-militarism, leftism, nationalism, anti-nationalism, theism, anti-theism, anti-colonialism, and so on. But just because these films advocate a certain point of view, doesn't
Can you hear the audio per chance at all?
Some propaganda pieces are more
nice.
than others.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. I don't want to make sure my audio is fucky. I mean, I'm using my speaker and all, so it should be fine. So, I'm not paying 160. Hell yeah, I'm not paying $160 for the deluxe version. No, fuck that bullshit.
Even if I disagree with the message,
that's the season pass, right?
Propaganda film, it's well made or entertaining. But whether benignly thought-provoking,
only 100. Yeah, it's like
these movies have one thing.
Only 100, bro. That's a lot for a fucking video game.
Tired, old, thoroughly debunked.
GTA 6 better only be like $70, straight up.
But Andy, I hear you thinking,
dude, I'm not paying $100 for GTA 6. I'm telling you.
Your position on this issue is clear. Sure,
bro, it better. The story mode better be 100 fucking hours.
Whoa, meta dude. For that matter, doesn't every filmmaker have their own biases that filter into their work, consciously or not? Well,
right. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Considered to be right-wing propaganda, but which actually isn't. As Craig Zoller's Dragged Across Concrete. It's about two aging old school cops who get suspended because they use
I hope it's like as detailed as The Witcher 3, because that game came out in 2015, and that game is detailed.
Correctness and the liberal distrust of police officers, which they feel inhibits.
There's no excuse that any RPG, any video game, like The Witcher 3 is my bar. That game came out fucking 10 years ago and has 60 hours of story.
I actually watched the movie, which is pretty damn good, by the way. It's clear that the characters played by Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn are not winking.
It's like, yeah, no shit.
It's just that they're aging, old-school cops. They've been done.
They literally use the same engine. Like, right.
Those views in that situation. There's a big difference between fictional characters.
They usually change the engine every console generation, don't they?
I took mine to the Confederate States of America.
And a filmmaker trying to indoctrinate his or her audience with a specific political agenda. I'm about to explain in detail why Gods and Generals fits into the latter category, and in so doing, historical actors
that makes sense.
Right in the face.
Are we in overtime?
Gods and Generals is a stupid movie. It's not Paul Blart Mall Cop.
That would be so fucking insane.
But because it's
I don't think the 2K engine could handle Unreal.
Telegraph to the audience what they should be feeling at any given moment.
I don't think the physics engine could handle it, straight up.
Take this scene, where the Virginia House of Delegates declares that state's intention.
Yeah, I heard that. Like, I straight up don't, like, for basketball at least, I don't think the basketball physics engine could handle Unreal. I really don't.
Never mind, we'll get to that.
Oh, we won.
Robert E. Lee has gotten up in front of everybody.
No, fuck no. Like, the basketball graphics are good where they're at. Like, they're fine. And they've been fine for a while. Alright, we won. Tell me about it. Anything for $1.
John Williams E. music. What might have motivated that choice? What does the director, Ron Maxwell, want us to feel?
Yeah. I mean, they're suckering me in. I mean, I wanna buy it.
Music, or he wants us to feel
I wanna buy it.
uplifted, that the South is seceding from Union. I'm leaning toward the latter, especially when you say
Right. Fuck that weak shit.
yeah, the village idiot was the one who wants to prevent a fucking war. What an idiot. Consider also the sequence depicting the Battle of Chancellorsville. Now, this is as close as Gods and Generals comes to a climactic moment. And historically, it was the
I mean, they kinda are.
greatest victory, where Stonewall Jackson brilliantly steamrolled over the Federal right flank. Check out the music.
Yeah. Well, sports games are all the same.
This cue turns
They're all the same.
nothing less than neo-Confederate Missouri. The bellicose chorus.
Don't even get me started on Madden, bro. I stopped buying Madden. I mean, I bought Madden last year, but like I'm not buying Madden ever again. Like I buy Madden one generation, every generation.
Yeah, fuck them Yankees up. Forward into a
Yeah, you only need it at once a generation. Once you get it one generation, you got
This is
Madden.
an incredibly melodramatic scene. It's just
You don't need to buy Madden every time it comes out. You need to buy Madden one time and then you're good. It's like Call of Duty. You buy Call of Duty one time, you're set.
It indicates martyrdom. And even though Jackson
The campaigns are okay, but like
his death is depicted as
whatever. I don't care about playing as American Dad in Call of Duty multiplayer.
across the face, seeing the gates of heaven opening up. It's a Christ-like
Seth
moment.
Rogen.
And the film clearly implies that he gave
Yeah,
no
Beavis and Butthead.
The last shot of the extended edition.
Teenage Mutant
slow
Ninja
pushing
Turtles.
Jackson's coffin.
Dude,
Stainless banner draped over it. The camera settles on the top left section of the flag to the Confederate
I see
cross.
fucking regular show and Mordecai and Rigby in Fortnite, and I want to die.
As some will say, he gave his life to defend what this flag represents.
They'll merchandise anything.
Gettysburg, Maxwell's previous Civil War film, is not a masterpiece by any
They'll
means,
merchandise
but
anything
it does
though.
do a pretty good job of maintaining a neutral point of view. In the immortal words of George Lucas, there are heroes on both sides. It works in Gettysburg because that film focuses on military history. And
Yeah.
one little scene about the rats.
Well,
Also,
free.
so we're fighting for you what? For rats.
How they get ya. How they get ya. That's how they get ya. Dude, I swear to God, if I lose to LeBron
The
James,
first 45 minutes or so are filled with tedious speech after speech about the virtues of the Southern cause. Just this week would not stand anybody.
yeah, there's like a LeBron. I think that was last year's. But there was.
Nevertheless, Maxwell pretends that this film is a no-spin zone, and pretty much spells it out for us in the scene toward the end, where Colonel Chamberlain and his wife go to see a production of Julius.
Yeah, 2K15 was dog shit. Let me tell you.
And who's villain?
Well,
The 2Ks have gotten a lot better over the years. Let me tell you.
4.5 hours.
They're actually enjoyable now. I like them.
Maxwell tells us, please make up your own mind, especially since lots of that propaganda is pretty convincing. Take these words.
I like basketball, so I've always played 2K.
Adheres to the United States idea.
My favorite 2K was 2K5 on the Xbox 360. That game you could play. Oh yeah, they've been making them since 1999.
I value individualism and self-reliance. I love my country, but I do love my family.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But
fight for those things if I had to.
you could play against Flava Flav in 2K5. Flava Flav's a rapper, like an old school rapper, like Flava Flav. It doesn't make sense, but they used to do it in the old games. You could like battle Snoop Dogg. Yeah, like in fucking Travis Scott. Dude, they need to put Travis Scott in the game. They bitched out on that.
Oh look, it's Alexander Stevens, the Vice President of the Confederacy.
I say they need to.
He has to say.
If they're putting Vince in the game again, they need to put Travis Scott in the game. I'd be shocked if they put Vince in the game. The do-rag level Vince, 99 overall. Do-rag Vince, 99 overall. Yeah, he was ECW champion. Yes, he literally fought God. Come out, God! Come and get me, God! The light starts panning. The spotlight starts panning towards him and he starts freaking out. He's like, oh my God! Ah! Vince is going to hell. If hell is real, Vince is going to hell. I'm just saying, if hell is real, Vince is going to hell. And I'll see him there, because I'm going to hell too. I'll see him there. I'll meet Vince there and I'll be like, yo, what's up, dog?
Scott Hancock,
I'll be like,
incidental characters.
yeah, a lot of people will be there. A lot of people. A lot of people.
This is an opportunity for you.
The big show will be there.
Your country.
Asshole politicians.
I congratulate the Army.
I don't know, after the bit where he did like that pee bit, where he like peed on Booker T,
The Scots of Cologne.
Or asshole generals who don't listen to good advice from this.
it was like during 2002 era SmackDown, he like peed on Booker T.
And reject.
And of course, Blanco Redmond.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Vince had it's all Vince, so like, Vince is the one fucking headlining this shit, so Vince is going to hell for that one. Yeah, it was like a storyline.
While this sort of thing did occasionally happen, the worst offenses weren't committed.
He like peed. He like spritzed on Booker T's like sweatpants, and Booker T was like, "What's that smell?" And the Big Show's like, "I don't know." Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's the most like 2002 SmackDown shit I've ever seen. Mr. Kurt Angle, I want to fuck your wife bestiality style. I can't believe he said that. Like, I want to have sex with your wife bestiality style. He wants to fuck her like an animal.
Even white Southerners who advocate.
I know I understand like why I understand the intention, like what he's trying to say. It's just the way in which he said it. Kurt is not the smartest man, so I understand what he's trying to say.
Then risk their bottom line. Most of the
Oh my God.
soldiers came from the planter class. Robert
Oh my God.
Rich, the son of a dynastic political family. His father was governor of Virginia.
He could have just said, I want to have sex like an animal, right?
Stewart's father was a plantation owner and career politician.
Right.
Forrest, though born poor,
Bestiality style.
before the war through speculation.
I gotta pull that video up.
Looking for more in the story? A door.
No, Kurt Angle,
Equal volunteer
Beastie,
60 countries. From protecting the environment.
Beast. Oh, my search history, bro.
From sustainable farming to growing young minds. If you're...
What the hell are you doing here? Kurt, get out now! Now, get out! No, no!
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing here? Kurt, get out now! Now, get out! No, no!
Oh, it didn't even say the right. It's not sound to say it. Kurt's worse.
That kind of perverted sex. Bestiality sex. With your wife.
The kind of perverted sex. The kind of bestiality sex. Yeah, you can. It's on YouTube already. It's all good. That's all good. It's literally a monetized video. The kind of perverted sex. Right. Right. What video do I want to watch? Let's go to the stream playlist. See what I got. No, I don't want to watch it again. God damn it. The kind of how the mob tried to assassinate Curtis Sliwa.
As a talk show host, I comment about many things in life, but I particularly enjoy mob talk. Well, I talk about the geriatric espresso-sipping psychotic killers of organized crime. And if their names are Gotti and they're in the Gambino crime family, I have an orgasmatic verbal frenzy. Because I know them. I know they're degenerates right down to the marrow of their bone. And when John Gotti Sr. was on trial, the last time, the fourth time, when they stripped him of his Teflon, and he ended up doing triple life without parole at Marion in Illinois, I would critique the trial each and every morning after the day before's testimony. And I would talk about what an enemy of society, a creep with chromosome damage, a knuckle dragger, a jadrul, a musclehead.
This ain't the video.
And that
average day for Sliwa. Really? Jesus.
Turn his back around. And then lickety split within seconds, all of a sudden some gorilla pops up in front of me who had been stuffed under the dashboard. He's popping a 38 right down at my three-piece set, my lower extremities, not the knife between the spoon and fork. And all of a sudden he says, "Take this, you son of a bitch!" Boom! And he fired. And I could see the fire leave the barrel.
Rihanna?
Didn't feel anything, and everything.
Why?
It's just bad news, all this fire. And by the time I could come to my senses, as my heart, and I felt like Robbie Robot.
I mean, I get it, but
danger, Mr. Robinson, danger. He raises the gun, fires his second.
Might as well have one in China, bro.
The blood is spewing. All of a sudden, I'm in a panic, and I
how the fuck's it going over well in Riyadh? Honestly, like Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates, like wherever the fuck Riyadh is, I think it's Saudi Arabia. They have a lot of shit atrocities. They did 9/11. Saudi Arabia literally did 9/11. Like the royal family, like Osama bin Laden was a Saudi royal prince.
Radical turn going south towards the Williamsburg Ridge, and I feel a gust of wind, and I said, "Please don't fail me now. I got precious little energy, so I used the cushion in the back of the seat. As if it were a trampoline, dived in the direction of what I felt was an open window, because I felt the gust of wind. Luckily, they had opened the window just moments before they had picked me up because the air conditioner wasn't working. Lucky that the AC wasn't working. I made it halfway out the window. The government panics. He realizes, oh my God, he's out the window. So he pulls me up by my belt. He puts the gun in my back. The driver at the same time crashes me into parked cars.
Hell no. Hell no.
Final bullet in the back.
Hell no. I'm surprised people are gonna pay for ESPN Unlimited, to be honest.
Put me in a meat wagon, throw me on the emergency route of Bellevue, and they start cutting and chopping in an hour.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio.
Right.
Leave it to Elon Musk, dude. Leave it to this dork-ass loser who begged to go to the pedophile island and, like, wasn't really invited at all. He's self-invited. Only to turn around and be like, oh, actually, I didn't want to even go. Like, they really wanted me. But what's really funny about it is that this month had the audacity to come out and be like, hey, by the way, Donald Trump, you're a pedophile. It turns out he knows this because he was there. Donald Trump, you're a pedophile. That's why you're on the Epstein list and you'll never reveal the Epstein list. Why do I know this? Because I'm a pedophile on the Epstein list. The second part of that statement never came, and we were just like, wow, that's crazy that Elon Musk is just like blowing the lid off this. Turns out he was like, yeah, I saw you there because I was there. Crazy.
Posted this during his beef with the president this year, quote, time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein file.
It's true, though.
Months later, he followed up with, quote, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out.
And then he deleted that, by the way.
Right.
Also funny, Howard.
So the document that really stands out at this point is this list of accusations against President Trump.
What?
The FBI.
Seth Green was on the Epstein list.
Summer, and this is a lot of the kind of information that investigators gather.
Seth Green's on the Epstein list.
Charges should potentially be pursued.
Yeah.
For example, they're looking at unverified tips.
You know, considering he has to show Robot Chicken, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not too shocked.
This might come across as offensive to everybody that's watching right now.
You know, he literally like
given the opportunity.
I'm not gonna say playing with toys makes you a pedophile, because I play with toys, right?
Justice and your FBI.
And you play with toys. We all play with toys.
Investigating Donald Trump's top.
He plays with toys.
Dumbass that you couldn't even prosecute and throw in prison for doing January 6th is running his goddamn mouth, trying to be the president again, and you don't bring that up? You don't even float.
Okay, I don't do that shit. I just paint models. I just paint models, man. I don't play with toys. I mean, I call them toys, but they're not toys. You know what I mean?
That's right.
They're just models. They're like 3D prints and shit.
Fascism, bro. I'm sorry. Wake up.
Yeah, like I do 3D prints. They're not. I mean, I guess technically they're toys, right?
Like this is what I mean when I say these guys.
They're trinkets, I guess.
They don't want to win. Can you imagine the treasure trove of data that you have on your
trinkets?
Like even
trinkets.
From a cynical point of view, because like
I call them trinkets more than anything else.
Know, right? Like that's the
they're 3D prints. They're not toys. They're models.
Go and vote for a pedophile, right? But even if you're like, well, everybody's
the Roman Colosseum. Have I showed you the Roman Colosseum that I did?
And stuff like that. But at least use
dude, let me show you it real quick. Oh my God, it's awesome.
Eliminate your enemies, because you know whose name I haven't seen in the Epstein list? Joseph Robinette Brandon.
Yeah, that's like I have Biden's name on the Epstein list. Funnily enough, like holy shit. Say what you want about Biden, he's not on the Epstein list.
The only Irish Catholic on the planet that's pro-Israel. He wasn't even caught. You know, any of the Jeffrey Epstein like sex traffic victims or any minors or anything. He was not like on the plane, and that's why he's like, I love Israel. Like that didn't even happen. He just loved Israel for the love of the game. Think about that. Think about how disturbed of a psychopath you must be that you're like, I love Israel not because they have me blackmailed with my children, but instead I just love Israel.
Well, it's still sending.
Now, of course, President Trump has denied any wrongdoing connected.
I'm sorry, but this is also a hilarious dynamic that I routinely bring up, and I have to repeat it again. The very same dynamic.
Yeah, that's not a toy. That's a model.
Exists in the Epstein case as well.
I also have one of the Terminator.
2 Democratic presidents. It's 3. But for a lot of Zoomers, they've only
I think I showed you the Terminator, though.
Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Neither of which
I painted it. I didn't show you that. I painted it.
Neither of them actually blew the lid on this. once again, the exact same dynamic.
I actually painted Arnold.
Burn everything, and then Democrats come in after and don't do anything about it. They just go, oh, well, what can you do? Oh, what can you do? It's just normal.
I showed you Rocky, yeah.
Like, it's the same with policy, and I guess it's the same with protection, where you literally have, like, monsters running up and down the White House, and you did not even think that the public should know about it, the public should actually do something about it.
Yeah, I got the Terminator.
For Zoomers, it's only 2 Democratic presidents. If you're my age, if you're, a boomer, 700 years old like I am, then you've seen 3 Democratic presidents. And the third one, obviously, is he was more Jeffrey Epstein than Jeffrey Epstein himself, right? He was Bill Clinton. So, obviously, he's not going to do that.
According to the complaint, the woman identified as Jane Doe claimed, quote, Epstein was angry that Trump was the one to take Doe's virginity.
Dude, we're beating the fuck out of LA right now.
That's just disgusting and depraved. It goes on in graphic detail. These descriptions do mirror the...
Dude, what is this life? What is this life that we're living? I guess this doesn't really matter for the average MAGA guy because, like, Trump literally was convicted of doing in a civil proceeding. Much like Tone, Trump, too, was convicted in a civil proceeding of being found liable of doing...
And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends.
We have nothing to do with Epstein. It's a Democrat hoax. Bruh. Lock him up. Lock him the fuck up.
CNN compilation.
Seriously.
Okay. I don't know who did this, but CNN recently started doing Daily Show style compies, and I'm here for it. More of this, please, okay? They did this the other day as well. I don't know who was like, you know what? Barry Weiss is over there, CBS News. Maybe we should be a little bit more competent. And they just keep doing these new compilation videos, and I'm on board. I mean, respect to the producers. Maybe shouts out if they're Hassan Abiez, but respect to the producers out there. If you're working for CNN doing these compilations, you're doing a great job. I'm on board. Trump used to be a Democrat. True. I would love this to be the new MAGA cope. Like, imagine if MAGA was like, yeah, Trump's not real MAGA, actually, because he was a Democrat back then. He's MAGA now, so he's over it. He's over the pedophilia. But also, simultaneously, is it such a big deal, brother?
Some of the claims in some of these files are I mean, pretty bizarre. And don't sound very credible.
Yeah, but like during the time when there was a Republican president, so like he's contrarian. That's the one consistent thing he's always been.
There are a number of uncorroborated.
If you look at his actual political ideology, he's always been the opposite of who's been in power.
All of that deserves additional scrutiny. Some of them have been revealed publicly.
No, he's contrarian. He just says shit to run his mouth.
The Oversight Committee in the coming weeks, we're going to be...
He was in the Reform Party in the 90s with Jesse the Body Ventura.
So we're going to continue to ask questions, and I think...
He don't know shit about politics. The Reform Party was a fucking joke.
At the end of 2012.
I mean, Jesse the Body Ventura became governor, so like, not so much a joke, but it was a fucking joke.
Time to go to the pedophile island, but I feel like there are worse.
There's a reason why Jesse the Body Ventura stepped away from the Reform Party, you know?
And Elon Musk
he became a libertarian because the Reform Party was a fucking joke.
Unimaginable, unbelievable. These guys.
I have a documentary about it on my stream playlist.
Genuinely absurd that you're condemning the Dems for not weaponizing the Justice Department, respecting victims by not turning this real investigation into a media circus like now. Dude, you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. We're talking about a serious investigation into international sex criminals that are still walking among us, that are still straight up holding the levers of power in America.
Ooh, we're winning against LA.
The revelation of
this is crazy.
Are with a redacted,
LeBron James ain't got shit on us.
What the Democrats should have done, you dingus. It is the moral position. And not only that, this also shows their immorality and perhaps even complicity, okay? It shows their stupidity as well. You do know that the victims want this information out there, right? You know that, right? No, you don't know that actually, because you are such a Democratic Party dick rider that you don't even think about anything. You don't even think about anything at all. You just think...
That's Eli, bro. Straight up. Like, I was talking about the victims, and he wasn't even thinking about the victims for a second.
What the hell is wrong with you, man? That's a crazy position.
It's like, people do realize the victims want the information released, right?
Actually didn't reveal this information that he was a serial killer. What are you, crazy? You think the victims' families don't want to know that their serial killer is running for president and became president, and now as president he's doing everything in his power to hide the other serial killer co-conspirators? Get the fuck out of here. Hey, y'all, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Y'all need Allah. You need Allah. You need to read the Quran.
Those unredacted files, I certainly want to understand what's been redacted.
Chess said show us. Yeah, look, it's not like you can see anything. Chess like, bro, the screen is off. Can you please show us? We can't see. Yeah, guess what? You still can't. Look at this. Look at this. I'm sorry, man. I just never really thought that I would be alive
Lakers
at a time when we'd be ruled by, I mean, we were always ruled by active pedophiles, but, like, I just didn't think that we would know and somehow also not have, like, the overwhelming majority of the population rise up in arms. We truly are destined for medieval peasantry, I think.
True.
This is exactly what the kings did, right? Like, they would just be like, yes, bring me a slave. Bring me a slave daughter. And then the peasants would be like, yes, my lord, here's your slave daughter, my lord, she's my daughter. And then the rest of the peasants were like, yeah, but it's a heaven's grace smiles upon you, my lord. Yes, my lordship, you're a part of the king's court. You can my daughter. For me, my lord, prima nocta. Basically the same exact principle. It's just that instead of assuming that, like, God ordained, with divine intervention, God ordained the king to be the king, now we're just like, oh, he worked really hard. He worked 1 trillion times harder than the average person. And also 1 trillion times smarter than the average person. Like, as though there is such a capacity. Like, the average 9-to-5er that has to do Uber deliveries on the side so they can have disposable income because they're paying off, like, medical debt or credit card debt is not working harder than Elon Musk. Yeah, maybe that person is not working as hard as Elon Musk at children, okay? That's what Elon Musk is apparently working hard at. Begging to go on child...
Imagine begging to go to Epstein Island. Like, what the fuck?
A sham. I mean, look at me. I'm a dumbass, dude. I shouldn't be making more money than teachers and scientists and people like that. And my haters, who always love talking about that, who defend capitalism vociferously, fail to comprehend that reality. You know what I mean?
Oh, the video's over.
I played for Super Bowl.
Where is it? Where is it?
Never lost. America, America. Fuck yeah! Come and get see the motherfuckers say yeah, America. Fuck yeah! Freedom is the only way.
You know there's at least one ICE agent blaring this song. What you gonna do when we come for you now? It's the dream that we all share. It's the home of tomorrow. Fuck yeah! The ghettos, fuck yeah, one more, fuck yeah, rap, fuck yeah, one more, fuck yeah, the NFL, fuck yeah, rock and roll, fuck yeah, and the dead, fuck yeah, slavery, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Starbucks, fuck yeah, live the world, fuck yeah, Lordo, fuck yeah, live the old, fuck yeah, live my, fuck yeah, back in this, fuck yeah, third street, fuck yeah, they'd rather be on, fuck yeah. Liberty, wax lips, the Alamo, Band-Aids, immigrants, Democrats, Republicans, fuck yeah, sportsmanship and books. Fuck yeah! I wanted to learn that song on guitar so fucking bad. Florida man shreds the national anthem. You can shred the national anthem. Like, that's the most American shit ever. My man crushed it in front of a whole ass stadium of people.
Oh, you know, Camptown ladies sing this song, doo-dah, doo-dah. Camptown racetrack 5 miles long, all the doo-dah. All right. What's going on here?
So yeah, today we're talking about the class struggle surrounding the creation of the Constitution with the aid of Charles Beard. Most people, I would guess, probably haven't heard of him, but in his time, he was probably the biggest public intellectual in the U.S., especially, a couple decades after this was written in the 1930s during the New Deal. He was described as a Marxist by supporters and detractors alike, but
don't care about this video. There will never ever be another show like Monday Night Raw. Finally, a video I care about. I think I watched this video already though. Can't remember. I think I did. Matt Chrisman history. When in doubt. The two types of leftists.
Donald Trump
Bosch versus Matt Chrisman.
His administration are announcing to us that they intend to commit a coup in the United States.
So, I wanted to talk about something today. I want to talk about what I heard from a friend.
This isn't a fancy, frivolous use of language. This is a capital C coup d'etat, a traditional seizure of government power by one group against the democratic wishes of the majority.
I heard from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another. Trump is stealing the election. Down, down, down.
They have been broadcasting their intentions now for quite some time, and it is clear to me now that they are
heard it from my friend. Trump stealing the election.
I can't believe it, and I can't conceive it, because we're under the gun and Trump stealing the election.
That is what is going to happen in 5 weeks. Things may actually end up being worse than I imagine them to be.
So it seems like people are kind of erotically enthralled with the idea of Trump having a coup in November. Am I wrong about this? Do they not speak with a virtual ball gag in their mouths and perhaps a butt plug betwixt their cheeks?
I'm going to explain this to you, and I am going to be right.
Just like the fucking libs who are getting off on the prospect of Trump doing a coup because he's accepting that he lost, which everyone knew he would.
And this hits with the Chapo boys, too, those smug doomer dipshits who have completely resigned any possibility of engaging in good political action.
This is another case of people jazzing themselves up on a fight that they want to keep having because
See you,
they
man.
didn't get the orgasm they thought they were going to get on Biden winning.
I'm now the owner of the party. But we're still streaming. Are you ready? Are you ready for the funnest night of a Saturday night? Where the games are? Where the games are? Where the games are? Grandmaster, Grandmaster, come faster. Grandmaster, come faster. Grandmaster, come faster. Grandmaster, come faster. Bwant, 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 bwant. Grandmaster, come faster. Grandmaster, come faster. We're taking a 5-minute break. Grandmaster, come faster. Grandmaster, come faster. Bwant, 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 bwant. Can I actually play Grandmaster Flash? I don't think so. Grandmaster. Taking a 5-minute break. Grandmaster, come faster! Grandmaster, come faster! Alrighty, we're back. Matt Christman history.
At this point, you're probably not avoiding therapy because of stigma. You're probably avoiding therapy because you've become...
Welcome back to another edition of The Inebriated Cast. Matt Christman, your host and spirit guide. So, I think we should think of this particular episode almost as a spiritual sequel to the last one about conspiracy theories.
Oh, so we gotta watch that one first.
Deep three.
Then by trying to create a country, then by trying... Welcome, listeners, to another edition of Matt Christman's Inebriated Cast. Not sure if this one should technically be called Intoxicated Cast, but I'll leave that to the story. So, today I want to talk about a subject that is incredibly important to understanding contemporary American culture, especially the political culture that we find ourselves basically trapped within. This nightmare realm where we're just dealing with paranoid, clannish, irrational groupings that totally obscure the actual stakes of play in politics, and it's very frustrating. So I want to talk about that subject, and that is conspiracy theories. And I want to talk today about the history of conspiracy theories throughout America. From the dawn of the Republic, and even before to now. And I feel like this will give us a good understanding of exactly where we are, why we're there, and what it says about our politics. So, I'm saying this just to let you know that I'm going to be breaking this down into two chunks. First chunk will be a chronological description of the place conspiracy theory held in American culture throughout American history. The second part, I'm going to give some theories I have about conspiracy theories and how we should think about them. Now, I am doing a broad historical overview, but I think we need to remember that conspiracy theory culture, the kind that is relevant in the current moment, is very specifically grounded in the late 20th century era of deindustrialization and mass media saturation. It doesn't really make sense to talk about conspiracy theories in the 19th century and conspiracy theories in the 21st, and they're not really referring to the same thing. And I think that needs to be remembered. But I'm just still going to give the full overview just so you can see the way that the material reality changes things and kind of directs the flow of culture. And another point of clarification, when I'm talking about conspiracy theories and conspiracy theory culture, it's not necessarily contained within it all of the verified and understood machinations of the U.S. covert operations and intelligence communities. The assassinations, buggings, experiments on human subjects, all part of the record and all part of statecraft for 20th century and 21st century capitalism. And those things, I want to stress, are distinct from conspiracy theory culture and the narratives of the conspiracy theories, but are also integral to them. And when we talk later on in the chronological breakdown, we talk about the birth of the post-war conspiracy theory culture. I'll get more into what the connection is between the objective reality of covert operations and government secrecy and the fanciful conspiracy narrative that would be inspired in some cases by those real acts. So we'll get into that later. So if you're talking conspiracy theory culture in America, you have to start when there's a time of mass culture. So conspiracy culture in America can't really be thought of as a coherent thing until you have the mass newspaper culture of the early 19th century, which also brings with it a big ferment of things like Western expansion, the conflict over slavery. The rise of financial and industrial capitalism is very important, and shit was changing. and it was making people uneasy and disempowered. This is also the era of the rise of the Industrial Revolution, so people are finding themselves thrown off of the land and into uncertain, degrading work in the mechanic shops of the East Coast cities. There had to be some sort of party responsible for this. And as we know, this is an era before class consciousness really had begun to even twinkle into existence in such a massive working class, right? So there's no such real thing as class consciousness, or class understanding. There's just the yeoman farmers of America who think of themselves as all independent individuals, totally responsible for their own destiny. Government's only there to help them carry it out, finding themselves restricted in ways and having their lives disrupted in ways that they could not have fucking ever imagined. And that made them feel out of power. It made them feel powerless. And there was no way to understand that relationship because there was no language of class to express the mutual feelings of all the people suffering it. And so people had to come up with their own ideas. And during that early period, there were different fingers pointing at different places. Some people pointed at the Eastern bankers, some people pointed at the slavocrats of the Southern aristocracy, and those all had some material basis, but there was one group that became an abstracted force for evil, causing all the other maladies in society, and those were the Freemasons. Now, the Freemasons, as anyone knows, are basically kind of a more pretentious Rotary Club, or like Kiwanis, like if the Elks Club like to get nude in the banquet halls, that kind of thing. It's just a kind of frou-frou, more self-consciously sort of bourgeois version of a fraternal organization. But the thing about it is that because they take the cream of the urban middle class, the people who made the first wave of revolutions in Europe, from the French Revolution to the revolutions of 1848, that class having this group that they would get together and talk about politics, talk about improving man, creating this notion that man is to be improved and there could be a plan, like the plan of the Grand Mason, the architect behind everything, that you can push something in that direction. And the fact that they tended to not be affiliated with traditional religious institutions, it made them incredibly suspicious. And in America, the spark that led this wave of Masonic paranoia was the disappearance of a man in Western New York named William Morgan, who had been out and about claiming to have Masonic secrets he had learned inside the organization that he was going to tell the world. He was writing a book about the evils within Masonry that he had found by infiltrating them. And while he was on this campaign, he disappeared without a trace, and he was never found. And so the belief of many people in Western New York is that this was a case of this group murdering a man. He was the Seth Rich of the 1820s, okay? And the furor about his supposed death his alleged death became so frenzied that it actually led to the formation of a political party called the Anti-Masonic Party. It was formed in upstate New York in 1828. It was a single-issue party, and the issue was destroying the power of the Masons, which they claimed was behind all other powers in the country and responsible for all the ills of the country. And what's so interesting about it is that it really did graft people's pre-existing material hostilities onto a narrative that made sense of them. The Masonic Party didn't last very long. It only was around for a few years. It won a few local seats, but it collapsed shortly after that. Many of the people from the Anti-Masonic Party ended up joining the Whigs, and from the Whigs became the basis for the Republican Party. In fact, one of the chief founders of the Anti-Masonic Party, Thurlow Weed, I want to talk 19th century names, Thurlow motherfucking Weed, later became the chief advisor and aide to William Seward, who was the preeminent Republican politician, governor of New York, and came in a close second to Lincoln for the 1860 Republican presidential nomination. So this guy was, the line for the anti-Masons to the Republican Party that overthrew slavery is a straight one, because a lot of those people were abolitionists, and they saw in the Masons the hand of the slaveocracy. And so they were able to make sense of it that way. Others might have seen, just Eastern capital as being the force that the Masons represented. Either way, it became a locus of anti-Southern and specifically anti-Jacksonian politics in upstate New York, because Jackson was well known to all at the time a Mason, much like the Founding Fathers had all been, and because his style of government had been so alienating to his opponents, because he was so high-handed by dissolving the Bank of the United States by fiat, basically, that they called him King Andrew. And the idea of him being this wannabe dictator was very strong. So the idea of this guy representing this ancient, shadowy organization, the president, was very tempting to people in the North. In fact, the party that ended up rising to oppose Jackson's Democratic Party, the Whigs, named themselves after the faction in the British Parliament that was opposed to the king's prerogative. I mean, that was a self-conscious attempt to say, we are against kingly government. And so King Andrew became this figure that alienated many across the country, and they saw behind him some evil force. And for people in the burned-over districts, the righteous Second Great Awakened districts of upstate New York, it was the Masons behind him. It was the godless Mason. So that was the first expression of conspiracy theory as a cultural element of American culture.
Now here's Fox.
All right. Now, a lot of these anxieties and hostilities that were represented in the anti-Masonic Party, they ended up getting resolved by a little thing we like to call the American Civil War, in which slavery was paid to as an issue of national division. And as a result, conspiracy theory kind of broke off into just, the culture of a country literally riven by civil conflict, which you could argue is sort of the end state of any culture that is getting neurotically obsessed with conspiracy theories. But that's another idea, and one that we probably shouldn't think about too hard without getting bummed out. So conspiracy theory really re-enters the larger cultural conversation in the post-World War II era of the First Red Scare. Because the Victorian era had been a process of the American working class coming into its own. Going from this scattered organization of greasy mechanics and mudsills who had made up this unorganized working class around the era of the anti-Masons. After the Civil War, the rapid industrialization and capital accumulation created this supercharged environment whereby class consciousness emerged very quickly, and you had a huge explosion in labor militancy all throughout that era, from the Knights of Labor to the American Federation of Labor to 8-hour workday protests, massive actions like the Homestead Strike, the Pullman Strike. It was the bloodiest history of labor conflict in the West of any country in Europe or North America, for sure, and of industrial unions. And so there wasn't really a space for conspiracy theories, because instead everybody was pointing their head in the right direction. Everybody could see the hand of capital at work in their lives and were combining to try to defeat it. So conspiracy theory was sort of squeezed out of the marketplace of ideas. It was only when the first Red Scare, though, when this rising tide of socialism, which by that point there was a socialist party that was contesting elections. Gene Debs got over 1 million votes running for president. And then you had the IWW, this syndicalist model for industrial unionization of the entire American working class, and then the creation of a single revolutionary general strike. I mean, that was really something that was on the agenda of these guys' middle-term aspirations. And then you had, the business unionism of getting concessions from management through negotiation. So this huge tide had to break against something, and in America, thanks to the Russian Revolution and the general reactionary nature that is of culture that is unleashed by warfare, in this case fighting World War I, they were able to take that energy and use it to scaremonger people about this enemy within that needed to be wiped out. This scary foreign radicalism that had nothing to do with American culture or American people, was imported from outside, not part of us. Certainly not a product of our horrible industrial exploitation. No. An evil alien infection. And the answer for who's spreading this infection is where conspiracy theory comes in. It is where you create grand narratives out of scant actual information. You begin to make inferences not based on anything's logical connection to itself or the next thing in the chain, but rather how you think it connects it to a grander narrative. So evidence doesn't have to make sense. It's connecting disparate evidence based on your idea of what you're working backwards. I'll put it this way: you're working backwards from a conclusion. That's what conspiracy theory logic is. You say these people are responsible for this, and then how can I prove it? You backwards fill your information, and that's the nature of the beast. And so during this Red Scare, the narrative that a lot of people in America grabbed onto, and it was one that was very popular in Europe and had been for centuries, is that it was the Jews. It was a conspiracy of the Jews to destabilize and undermine Western civilization. If this sounds any way familiar, please stop me. And there were very out and proud public faces for this point of view. Henry Ford, the fucking the goddamn Steve Jobs of his day, was out there promoting the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, requiring the sales of his newspaper, The International Jew, in Ford dealerships. This is like if your iPad came preloaded with the Turner Diaries. That's what this is like. It's fucking insane. And you also have popular cultural figures like Father Kaufman, the Catholic priest who pointed to the Jewish origins of Bolshevism. But the real magic though comes in that. So as the Great Depression sets in, everyone's material condition is getting worse. They can see that their institutions aren't working, and they know why. So they are alienated from the economy, and they are alienated from capitalism because they see all it does is immiserate them and exploit them to no gain. But they cannot accept the leftist notion that means capitalism is to blame, or that we need socialism, because they've too deeply associated that with this alien other. There has to be another explanation. And so the most popular one conceived of by folks like Kaufman in the United States, folks like Hitler in Germany, was the unified field theory that fascism created, that said that both Bolshevism and finance capitalism were both controlled by Jews, that the war between them was a phony one meant to undermine Gentile white society and destroy them from within. It doesn't make any sense, obviously. What is in it for the Jews? To destroy the entire material reality that they have built and benefit from? Where is it to their benefit to destroy the thing that creates wealth that they are the ones who control? Why would they do that? And there is no answer to that, because that's the key thing that conspiracy theories do, is that they give you an answer to the ineffable elements of cause and effect, historical theory, and of your understanding of the world. It's like, who can know the mind of the monster? Who can know they're different than us? We can't conceive of what they could want to do. So that just offloads on us the responsibility, making our theory make sense. This contrasts with the Marxist analysis that says people on top want to keep being on top, want to keep exploiting, want to exploit resources to their benefit, to their exclusiveness. And that all of their decision making is based on those incentives. I think that's the more plausible reason, explanation. But that would make you have to confront capitalism head on, and they didn't want to do that for a bunch of reasons. Culturally and also materially, many of their class interests were with the ruling class. And so people who are squeezed by capitalism, they don't blame capitalism, they blame some manifestation of capitalism secretly controlled by Jews. And that is why August Bebel called anti-Semitism the socialism of fools, because it is someone expressing their alienation, but in an idiotic way and at the wrong target. So that's where the fascist theory of all explanations, which we see picked up now with alt-right guys and all this, like they're all picking up the same thread, which says that all the problems, back then it was communism and finance capital, now it's Islam and finance capital. It's just the same nonsensical story. So that's where that came from. It was born after World War I, in the need to break labor power in the United States. And they were largely successful. To our great detriment. The union movement was set back a great deal, and it was only the Great Depression that allowed for rapid mobilization and the ability to extract reform from capital. Okay, now all of that had to kind of get stowed for the big fight against the Nazis, which, according to a lot of these people who we were talking about earlier, were not the enemy we should have been fighting. But anyway, so there's a brief sort of cessation of hostilities during the Popular Front War against fascism. But of course, as soon as the war ends, the veil has to be brought back down with a vengeance. The connective tissue between world communism and American labor movement has to be cut instantly. So you get your second. That's talking John Birch Society Blues. That's right. No good on and so this was America's just spontaneous, massive rejection of the New Deal and the Cold War sort of state of play, and eventually, over time, civil rights. But it started with the rejection of the New Deal, or an belief that the New Deal had gone as far as it needed to and needed to stop. Which is why you had there was a huge strike wave after World War II, directly after World War II. 1946, 47, massive spike in strikes because there had been no strike strikes all through the war, and that led to this buildup of tensions that all exploded at once. This led to a huge reaction against the labor movement. In 1948, there was a massive Republican wave election that gave the Republicans veto-proof majority to pass the Taft-Hartley Act, which really was the thing that drove the stake in the heart of the American labor movement. It just took years and years to complete out. But that was the political culture of the Red Scare, and in this immediate World War II aftermath, the Jews kind of had to go on the back burner. The anti-Semitism really took it on the chin with that whole Nazi genocide thing. So the Jews, the Jewish part of Judeo-Bolshevism went away, and it was just the Bolsheviks. And communists took over that position in culture as the evil force manipulating everything from behind the scenes. There were some few hardcore dudes like the Reverend Gerald L.K. Smith, who kept it real, as it were, about anti-Semitism and how it was really the Jews responsible, and the Roman Catholics, of course, too, in trying to destroy American virtue. But this was the era of the John Birch Society, of fluoride in the water, the first chemtrail, and the belief that Dwight Eisenhower was a communist agent. So this is the paranoid style that Richard Hofstadter talks about in his seminal book. But this movement was, this strain of conservatism, according to the narrative of conservatives, was definitively destroyed when William F. Buckley publicly distanced himself from the John Birch Society, which, according to conservatives, ushered in an age of reason in the Republican Party and in the conservative movement. Obvious horseshit. I mean, come on, I don't have to tell you people how much horseshit that is, but that's what they said. Instead, that conspiratorial worldview, that speaking of an other to be responsible for all of the ills within society, because there could be no contradictions within American society. That's the backbone of hostility to the liberal order among the disaggregated American reactionary middle class. Okay, so at this point, as you can see, conspiracy theory, in the 20th century anyway, has been broadly a reactionary movement. movement of the right, movement to make sense of social change, like creating scapegoats, because it can't confront the real heart of the problem. So as a result of that, because of the strong labor movement in the United States, conspiracy theories on the left were relatively muted. People felt like, no, things work out in the open because look at us, we're changing the world with good old collective bargaining. Then the 60s happened, and a new strain of conspiracy theory thinking would now emerge on the left. The difference is that on the left, in this case, there are a lot of real things that happen, actual documented events that gave people a very justified sense of paranoia about what their government was capable of. And I'm not even talking about the big headline-making assassination of JFK and RFK and MLK. And honestly, even if I am agnostic as to what happened in most of those cases. I have gut feelings, but I really don't feel comfortable making any kind of historical judgment on any of those big ones. But just think about how those things all happening that quickly in succession would make the average person feel like there's no way this is a coincidence. There's no way there are that many lone nuts that just came out of nowhere to cut down the most prominent people on the left. It just doesn't make sense. So it's understandable. But then we talk about the smaller things that are not debatable, that actually happened. The murder of Fred Hampton by the FBI, COINTELPRO in general, fucking MK Ultra. Okay, this is something that if somebody came out and said it happened now and we didn't know any better, it would sound like a complete fucking sci-fi goof about it. The CIA is fucking massive, and it's exposed Americans to it in order to observe their result, their reaction as part of a long-term brainwashing experiment. See how practical the human brain was to suggestion and interrogation. That really happened. One part of it was called Operation Midnight Climax. The CIA rented out a bordello, put two-way mirrors in all the bedrooms, and paid sex workers to douse their fucking clients with LSD and then film the result. All of that happened in this time. And people didn't know about it all at once, but it's dribbled out ever since. And so this is when most of America was exposed to the real nature of covert operations, the real nature of what it is to be a superpower with a intelligence arm, and how it cultivates the garden of capitalism with just behind-the-back murder and sneaky dealings of all kinds. That's how it lubricates the gears of democracy. It's like covert ops are the lube to the piston between capitalism and democracy. Because democracy is necessary to give capitalism legitimacy. Democracy can't be allowed to actually threaten capitalism. And so that's why you prevent the friction from becoming too great by lubricating it with fucking special ops, with intelligence, with state propaganda efforts, covert assassination, all that stuff. That is how you keep democracy in check. So that's where people get this first exposure. And it leads to a lot of meaningful revelations about the way the state works, but also, really understandably, gives people a desire for grand narrative of conspiracy, which these smaller acts are just part of. A desire to knit everything together into one satisfying story, which we all have. We've been trained to have it by what we observe in media all the time. This is also the first generation to get conspiracy culture expressed in popular media. This is this led to the 70s, in which you had such amazing, great conspiracy movies as Parallax Shield, the highly underrated Winter Kills, Executive Action, which is a movie where big Hollywood stars sit around tables and just plan the Kennedy assassination, released 10 years after that event. The fucking Capricorn 1, where they do the fake Mars landing to make the argument that actually it was a fake moon landing. And all of it anchored by a movie about a real fucking conspiracy, All the President's Men. So the 70s is when we get leftist and broad pop culture conspiracy theory as part of the American cultural conversation. And of course, like all culture did, conspiracy theory moved hard right in the 80s, thanks to a little thing we like to call the satanic panic. So the 1980s saw a Reaganite reclamation of American culture from these defeat libertines who had become dissipated and perverse. But that led to anxiety. If we are the good to homespun folk, how have we been allowing our vital roles as parents to be supplanted by mass media figures from the West Coast and strangers who we give our kids to in terms of the people that we have raised our children? Because the 80s, of course, saw the contraction of possibilities for working class people. The rise of two-earner households where both parents had to work, and that meant kids being sent to daycare facilities. So you don't have influence over your children the way you used to, both in terms of where they spend the day and what they're consuming, because of a popular culture that is not created by anyone that you recognize as having the same values as you. And so the satanic panic emerges as a alienation of all of that anxiety into one force. In this case, it's satanic cults, massive satanic cults, that in some of these theories and in some of these court cases, because in a lot of cases, bogus accusations of sex abuse at daycare centers led to massively popular, in terms of media attention, trials in which these incredibly outlandish claims were put out, including the idea of nationwide satanic networks of people ritually abusing children, flying on private jets to special sex islands. I mean, if you don't recognize the parallels to QAnon and Pizzagate, then you're a little slow on the uptake. I'm sorry. That is the template that we're going to later see come back with QAnon and with Pizzagate. But then it reflects some of the same anxieties about not being the person who influences your children, who guides and protects them. Your sense of feeling powerlessness as a parent. That's what it boils down to. So these tales of children being abducted and abused to please Satan. Another case where the motive is obscured by ideology, in this case, and spirituality. There's the idea that Satan wants only for our destruction. He has no positive agenda. He has no goals for himself. He only wants the destruction of humans, the suffering of humans. Well, then that's not a world that's recognizably ours. Because in our world, people do things for their benefit. But there is no benefit when Satan's doing things, because he's just making humans suffer. So once again, we're denying the material roots of actions and creating this eternal being to come down and determine our lives for us. So we're getting now to my absolute favorite period of conspiracy theory history. The golden age. I will not hear anyone else argue otherwise. You can spare me with your kitschy John Waters-esque 50s Red Scare shit. Even the satanic panic, I tip my hat to that particularly just grand bouillon foolishness on TV every day. Amazing. But to me, nothing beats the 90s. Tinfoil hat at the end of history. This is where conspiracy theory as culture came into its own. Because the 90s were, as I have said before, the last decade in American history. We don't have decades anymore. It's just a smear of things happening. Differentiation has been abolished by the speed of capital acceleration. We're just falling towards the black hole of capital and stretching out. And it all is just blurring together. But the 90s is the last decade. And it was a time when we thought that orderly, sequential time was going to go on forever. It was the triumph of neoliberal capitalism. It was the banishment of all external enemies. The USSR was gone. There was no more bad guy, no wolf at the door, no bear at the door, rather. And we were in charge of our destiny as Americans, and as capitalists, and as Christians. And this was all summed up by a phrase uttered by President George H.W. Bush of dawning of a new world order. And those words just set off like a tuning fork in the heads of millions of mostly white American males, mostly, who felt that walls closing in when they heard that. Who felt that actually we are now being corralled. There's no escape from any of these institutions. There's no escape from this present. So that means that we are being paid because we are losing our ability to choose anything other than what is being presented to us. And when you see something like NAFTA happen, where they spent years arguing for it, it was massively unpopular, it was created by, and conceived of by the Bush administration, and then after a contentious presidential election, his opponent wins, Bill Clinton, and then he promptly fucking passes NAFTA. The sense that that's got to create is that, oh, we're not in charge of any of this. This is on rail. And for these guys, especially guys who've been affected by this, maybe laid off by one of these factories relocating, this sense of an ending frontier, this sense of losing that American sense of personal freedom, and of course this is all tied into white supremacy. I mean, obviously, this is the frontier mindset of the Manifest Destiny generation. This is the Frederick Jackson Turner, Go West, Horace Greeley-ass idea. This is virgin land for the taking, that every man's right is his right to set off one day and make his new fortune. And all of that is predicated on land being grabbed and exploited and expropriated from its owners, their native tribes, and then all the value being pulled from that land by enslaved labor. But per full freedom for the white man. And that is a thread that goes through American culture to this day. And that sense was being very much threatened by that end of history feeling of the 90s. And so this creates a need to there be a narrative, a dramatic expression of this anxiety of encroaching capitalist hegemony. And so on the ground you had things like the Michigan militia, you had things like Ruby Ridge and Montana militia, and of course the fucking granddaddy of them all, Timothy McVeigh, a man who read the Turner Diaries and saw the Waco burnings and saw a government that was controlling every aspect of life and decided he was gonna fight back the way he learned to during the battle during Operation Desert Storm. So that's what's happening on the ground. And then in culture, you see the rise of conspiracy entertainment like the X-Files, which is the definitive program of that decade, really. And in this decade, these cultural expressions of conspiracy mindset are centered around the figure of the alien. The alien has taken the place of the communist or the Jew or the Mason. The alien is the outside force manipulating human life for its own goals. Now, sometimes that is a thinly veiled allegory for Jews, as was the case, with the communists. But for a lot of people, aliens become this avatar of power, the avatar of the supernatural, almost technological and economic power that the government and corporations of the world hold over. That is the alien, and that finds its expression in things like X-Files and a bunch of movies about alien abductions that were very popular at that time. And you had folk understanding, this is the decade when words like black helicopter, ideas like crop circles and cattle mutilation, and the fear of FEMA camps all become part of common parlance. We all understand these references. That's conspiracy theory culture making its way into the mainstream. And all this language was created in the 90s by popular culture that fixated on this idea of an alien threat to more baroque stuff involving reptilians or interdimensional beings or demons in some cases. All of these were expressions of that same anxiety. But this figure, the alien, he represents the important element of conspiracy theory is that it has a source of transcendence. It gives you an idea, a way to transcend this disenchanted world we live in. The same way that in the 80s Satan could. The alien represents a power beyond our understanding, which means the world is not as we see it. It means there is more possibility than we have been given. And that there is a hope for transcendence. That we can be beyond it. That this isn't as good as we can make it. That this isn't the only world that exists. And that's the alien represents. So this current, which has, it's really a tapestry of stuff. Aliens are one of the big motifs. Government, New World Order stuff is a main motif. But woven within that is just this amazing tapestry of different strange ideas. Rosicrucian, Illuminati, a Bilderberger tube. All of these just amazing tales. One guy, William Cooper, wrote this book, Behold the Pale Horse, that wove everything together, all of history, into this massive saga of alien infiltration and takeover of America, of world governmental institutions. And every single conspiracy theory is like a subsection of this greater tale. It's amazing. He would go on to be shot in a shootout with police 2 days after 9/11. So, who knows what that means. Draw your own conclusions. But all of this was powered by books, by radio, and by television. I was talking about X-Files, obviously, talking about early internet websites, and of course, the two guys who did it. One, Art Bell, who provides this beautiful oral soundtrack of alien abduction stories and tales from Area 51 and all these amazing paranormal first-hand accounts, broadcast all night, all across the country. And then on screen, Alex Jones. It's hard to remember that now because he's now basically just a mega of water carriers. But in those days, Alex Jones was just an electric mix of conspiracy theories that you just embodied this wholesale repudiation of the settled neoliberal order, or for everything that meant. And it encompassed every element of reactionary and leftist disenchantment with the moment. So he could be everything to everyone because he encompassed all of these tales. And his greatest coup, and the thing that made him, I think it made him. I think he carried him through maybe the lean years of post 9/11 when he kind of had to market himself as a truther kind of exclusively and limited his audience in a way. It's been his signature cheat. Carried him through the lean years until he could land his figure like he is now. So one of the parts of the tapestry of conspiracy theories that all underlies these grand narratives of world order and humans being turned into livestock for some great unveiling and some great culling was the little get-together known as a Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove is a retreat in Northern California redwood outside of San Francisco. Every summer, and this has been true since the late 19th century, titans of industry, finance, diplomacy, and government, and technology, and everything. The muckety-mucks, who you would think would be in charge of the world, come together for 2 weeks or a weekend of drinking, of sex, and most importantly, connection. The guys give each other little. It was almost like TED Talks before TED Talks. Like TED Talks of the child sacrifice.
Like Davos.
They would just talk about different areas of their expertise to each other and make the connections that lubricate the upper realms of world economic and political power. And they've been doing that for over 100 years. Now, on its face, it's pretty absurd and brazen. These rich assholes getting together to just, in our face, hash out how the world's going to be divided up. But there's something also sort of banal about that, right? The idea that they could just do that, the idea that they could just be like, yeah, we're going to get together. We're even going to tell you we're going to get together. We're going to come out of it and have gotten all of your lives' destinies. We've all swapped them like horses. We have that power over your life. That's kind of a bummer. Nobody wants to hear that. So what Alex Jones did to make Bohemian Grove a narrative that would pop and make him interesting and make people want to listen to him is I said, no, they don't just get together and hang out and make deals. They are doing satanic ritual involving child abuse, cannibalism, and sacrifice to evil God. And that is what Bohemian Grove is. And now, you got to admit, that's a much more striking narrative. That's like, oh, wow. You know, it also gives you the idea that this is a movie and you could go in there and like, find the evil God and say the incantation and throw an amulet at him and he'd explode and go back to his own universe. And the world would be saved. You know, there's a narrative there which means there could be a happy ending as opposed to just this sad, brutal, out in the open expression of domination and confidence in the rule, which is what Bohemian Grove actually is. The funniest thing is, the motherfucker made good on it because he snuck, in the late 90s, snuck onto the grounds of Bohemian Grove during the actual weekend with a camera crew and recorded an actual ritual sacrifice. Now, no one was killed, but what actually happened, and this is something that happens at the beginning of every Bohemian Grove get-together, is that there is a giant bonfire put at the base of a 20-foot tall stone owl named Mammoth. The cremation of air. The idea is that they're coming here to have fun, and they're burning up all of their trouble, and they're not going to bother them while they're in the woods. Now, the actual origin of this is that Bohemian Grove was created by a bunch of dandy theater folk in San Francisco who wanted to put on a little fun thing, and it has all and doing something like that has all the hallmarks of Ivy League fancy boy. It's the kind of shit they love to do over there. They still do. Look at the fucking Hasty Pudding Club. So they all get together and put bras on and giggle. They love that shit. They love the fake dramatic, the amateur dramatic. So the idea of, we're going to burn a fire in front of the stone owl coming down, and it's very droll. We're having such a fun time. By the way, there's also a fucking talent show at Bohemian Grove. At the last night of it, like fucking summer camp. Richard Nixon called it the F-wordiest thing he'd ever seen on the Nixon tape. But so that's just, it's an expression of the kind of class they're part of. But of course, regular people don't have those frames of reference. So when they see a sacrifice in front of a stone owl, they see a fucking sacrifice in front of a stone owl. Like, holy shit, these guys are doing ritual shit. They're actually supernaturally connected. They're fucking channeling dark forces to rule over us for the benefit of the Satan or something. So that was, and so that made Alex Jones's career. That sort of narrative was the pervading narrative of the Chris Carter 90. And all of that kind of went along in this anxiety about, are we being, what's happening? Are we being turned into sheeple? Are we turning into sheeple? Oh my God. And all of that navel gazing, it all ended one beautiful September morning, 2001. 9/11 was the biggest event that had happened in the lifetime of most people living in America. Something that big, by definition, has to have correspondingly massive causes. And due to racism and also just the fact that, frankly, it's not traditionally a very impressive enemy. I mean, the country that fought the Nazis being told that this horrible Pearl Harbor-style attack is the work of a shadowy network of non-state actors who we can't beat in open battle, that's a fucking bummer. Even forgetting the racism of just people thinking there's no way that those people can pull this off. So those forces, plus another classic thing of conspiracy thinking, is that people observe, wow, 9/11, that sure did help the Republicans. Holy shit, they're really taking advantage of this. Oh my God, we're invading Iraq, a country that had nothing to do with 9/11. It's almost like they had that in their back pocket the whole time. Oh, what's this? This organization that's filled with people who are now staffing that administration, talking about how we need a new Pearl Harbor to make American policy go in our direction. Wow, somebody sure benefited from this. And from that central insight, they work backwards to make the evidence. And that's like the true existence of U.S. intelligence agency skullduggery. This redounds to make conspiracy theory more credible, because 9/11 was a huge boon to the neoconservative project. There's no way to argue it wasn't. The only thing to do is just to try to work from the evidence rather than from the top down. And remember, one very important thing when you're trying to evaluate these things is, well, how would things be different if 9/11 wasn't this? Would it have changed anything else about the political reality that we face? And it really doesn't. It wouldn't change a damn thing. So it's one of those things where it's a literal distraction, because it's describing something that's not central to the processing of the history and of the human fate. Okay, so with Bush in the White House and the conservatives riding Paul in the saddle, conservative theory in the aughts was largely left-wing, broadly, but not even specifically left-wing, trutherism. That was the locus of left-wing conspiracy thinking. Was all about 9/11. And conservatives have something to complain about. The world made sense. They were finally winning. They were going to remake the world in their image. There was going to be a fucking California pizza kitchen in every country in the world. And then it all went to shit. The Bush administration lost all credibility, both here and abroad. And Barack Obama was elected president. And Barack Obama's election was generally a traumatic moment for the American lumpen reactionary. Just a bolt from the blue of nightmares. The worst thoughts about what could happen after Bush were exceeded. And see, as bad as it would have been if Hillary had won, they kind of knew what it was like to hate Hillary. It was a long-standing hate. The parameters were well established. This hate for Obama just came out of the blue, and it was fucking unbridled. And it just unleashed this absolute frenzy, which was channeled by a bunch of different stuff, from the Tea Party to cultural hucksters like Glenn Beck, who became the Alex Jones of movement conservatism, as opposed to the Alex Jones of sort of vague white working class people who watch on the YouTube. And Glenn Beck, on his show during the Obama years, where he would put out his massively convoluted web of actors, all of whom were conspiring behind the scenes to turn Barack Obama's presidency into some 1,000-year progressive right, involving all of these little-known thinkers like Saul Alinsky and Francis Fox Piven, enacting this decades-long plan. He is just basically opening up your grandpa's head and shining a light in there and just showing you what's going on. This is what your dad's brain looks like. That is what Glenn Beck was doing. And so people loved watching it. It was absolutely riveting. And in this new era, this new right-wing era of conspiracy thinking, it's not Obama directly who's behind Obama. And the answer is not the Jews. I guess this is what you would call cultural progress. Not the Jews, it's a Jew, a specific Jew, George Soros, who embodies all of the classic tropes of the alien, scheming Jew who wants to destroy the world just to destroy it. Who's the damn joker. And that's always what it is, but it used to be Jews as a race, now it's one guy. One specific Jew. So now you can't call him an anti-Semite, because it's all been concentrated into one dude, George Soros, who wants to destroy the world for no reason, just like the Jews would have wanted. A guy who is a billionaire fucking currency trader, who is incredibly wealthy and has only pursued wealth his whole life. No, he's going to blow up the world for no fucking reason, just because he's not one of us. So that's what Soros is. He's perfected the anti-Semitism by channeling it as just one guy. And that really is the difference when you talk about, like, what's the difference between the anti-Semitic and the non-anti-Semitic right? Is it Soros or all the Jews? That's the only difference. All right, so all of this is leading to the current moment in which the spread of social media has proliferated conspiracy theory thinking in a way that almost unprecedented. It's like it aerosolized conspiracy theory. Put it in the fucking drinking water, in the goddamn air duct. We're all exposed to it every moment of the day. It settles on us like fucking radioactive dust. That is what conspiracy theory is, with the supercharger of social media. So we're in a post-Iraq War, post-2008 collapse world where all institutional faith is gone. No one has any trust of institutions, public or private. Nobody believes the media. Nobody believes any politician except the one that they have a personal emotional connection to. And it says the words that trigger their limbic system. So we are now more primed than ever for funneling the world into a conspiratorial mindset. That is what we have been doing like gangbusters. We know that the libs have, of course, grasped Russiagate as their shibboleth. That is their explanation. Putin replaces Soros for them as this figure. It makes a little bit more sense, because in that one, Putin at least wants to take over the world, to rule it. He doesn't just want to destroy it. So points for coherence on that. But other than that, it's the same gibberish. More interestingly, though, we have on the right Pizzagate and QAnon, which is an amazing example of boomers finding the internet. This is taking the blueprints that they saw on the Glenn Beck's chalkboard and using them as coordinates to pilot a journey onto the information superhighway that we'll never forget. And so there's two things about social media that hyper-viralize conspiracy theory. One is the decentralized nature of the information and the way that it flattens all sources of information, so that especially for a boomer who grew up getting the authoritative news, capital N, from Walter Cronkite, he goes to patriot.gun.eagle, he gives it the same mental weight. So that is one element of social media that spreads conspiracies very well. The other is gamification. Social media isn't just watching a video, isn't just looking at a meme. It's posting a meme. It's posting comments. It's writing on Twitter. It's doing hashtags. It's harassing the bad guys, cheering on the good guys. It's engaging. And by engaging in it, you are able to make it a game. You're trying to rack up points, faves, retweets, all that. But also, you are making the game as it happens. You are interacting with it. You are the investigator. It's not just watching Glenn Beck. You're up there with Glenn Beck, writing stuff on the chalkboard with him. You turned it into a game. You can find the evidence. You can look at the clues. You can put the clues together. And you now know. It's like watching Blue's Clues, where you're yelling at them. No, it's the rake. And then they go, yay. And it's like, I'm helping. That's what you get to do. So those are big components of why QAnon and Pizzagate are so popular. But the other big ones are, one, the fantasies of the extreme depravity of your enemies.
And so it's Boston with it.
They're not even just worshiping Satan. They're actually eating babies' brains while they're alive. Some of this stuff about adrenochrome and all that shit, the theory is the kid has to be alive when you're eating it so you get all of his life power. When your enemies are like that, you are justified in doing anything to them. The kid has to be alive when you're eating it so you get all of his life power. When your enemies are like that, you are justified in doing anything to them. And so this is psychologically for these super reactionary right-wing people. They're giving themselves justification for what they want to do. They're justifying their authoritarianism. Remember, QAnon is just a fantasy of a coup. All of it. The whole point is we're counting down the days, so they just arrest all of the political opposition in government and in civil society, which is a fucking coup by any definition. But they have justified it because, no, they're eating baby brains. I'd say, but the most crucial and interesting thing that it represents, and I think, frankly, seeing how authoritarian they are, this is a little bit comforting, is that this model of political engagement is defined, as all of these conspiracy theory mindsets are, by inaction, by powerless. You are, even though you're engaging with the game, you're engaging with the evidence, maybe, if you're a QAnon person. You are, at the end of the day, spectating. You are watching the thing unfold. You are watching the plan of the white hat and the good Trump people play out. And you can yell at the screen like you watch a Blue's Clues, and that makes it more fun, but it is essentially a spectacle. And that is the end point of American political engagement, is to realize the degree to which politics is fundamentally a spectacle in which the average person has no ability to interact in a meaningful way. There's no input that they can put into this thing that's going to get anything resembling their will coming out of it. The voting won't work. The mobilizing won't work. It's just this sense people have that there is no changing it. There's no shaping any of this. We are absolutely in the thrall of this spectacle. And we might as well fucking enjoy it. Instead of swimming against the current and trying to fantasize that we're even pushing anything in any direction. You can just watch it and you can root for the white hat. The unsealed, oh, they're going to unseal the indictments. It's happening. Oh my God. We're going to do it. There's no difference. That is the end point. That's the final disillusioned end point. Participation in American politics. Is realizing its uselessness and embracing your own position. You're totally powerless spectator who just wants a better show. You want to see an example of the powerlessness at the heart of QAnon, take the case of Vincent Fuchsia. So Vincent Fuchsia was this guy who was just going to Trump rallies in a Santa costume. And one day, some cute guy took a picture of him, and I guess using some seeing stones and a hat or something, decided that he actually looked like JFK Jr. And soon, totally outside of the prompting of Q himself, all by their own, these little detectives create a narrative where John F. Kennedy Jr. faked his own death in a plane crash in the late 90s in order to go into hiding and investigate his father's assassination, which he eventually was able to connect to George H.W. Bush, and then eventually he worked behind the scenes to help elect Trump, and is now working behind the scenes with Trump to defeat the deep state. Just an amazing tale. I mean, you just step back and you're like, holy cow. And they even created a whole theory where George Magazine was originally supposed to help launch Trump to prominence. That there's a quote in one of the editions where John F. Kennedy Jr. is saying how great a president Trump would be, and that all people would understand and agree that he was the leader that they were seeking. Just, John the Baptist shit. And so now their story is every time they see this show up at one of these rallies, they're like, oh my God, it's him. And just think about that for a second. So this is their ideal narrative, right? This is this is an action hero narrative where this guy goes undercover, man in the iron mask, like fucking gets plastic surgery, skulks around to get revenge for his father's death against these deep state sickos. So what does he do when the trap is about to be sprung? He just starts going to the fucking Trump rally. This guy who went through all of that trouble to do this thing, this multi-decade plan, and now part of it is to, at the 0 hour, reveal himself in public and just hang out at the exact same fucking suburban gymnasium with the same room full of dentists and auto body dealership owners. And listen to this guy talk about how he almost had sex with Courtney Thorne-Smith in a ESPN zone. And that's the same thing you're doing. He's just watching the same thing you're watching. Even at this vital moment, your key guy is not doing anything. He's just watching the president do something. But like I said, that is all related to the essential powerlessness at the heart of conspiracy thinking. That's one of my two big theses about conspiracy thinking is that, one, it's about being powerless and then expressing a political imagination around that powerlessness as its basic premise. But the opposite of conspiracy theory thinking is class solidarity, class consciousness, thinking in class terms. That clarifies all the mysticism and makes the array of forces much more coherent and it just makes everything make sense. It really is the glasses from They Live. And this gets to a reason why I don't think the left can ever really successfully harness the energy of conspiracy theory. I've had people tell me, look, the conspiracy theory is a way people understand language in this atomized America, and most Americans are atomized. Wouldn't it be easier to try to get to them through the conspiracy theory than by trying to create a class consciousness that's not there? It's the easy way. Just go around the corner. Just be like, hey, you like conspiracy theories? Well, what about the conspiracy called capitalism? And I see the lure of that, but I think it's a dead end because conspiracy theory is the antithesis of fascism. What conspiracy theory is, it is what fills the space left where America's class consciousness should be. The degree to which class consciousness is missing in America, the whole is filled with conspiracy theory. So the reason for this is that every exploited worker, and that's the majority of people in any culture, including the mass majority of people who believe deeply in conspiracy theory, experiences alienation. So it doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter if you're a nationalist, if you're a Republican, if you're a Protestant. However you stack the deck of your synapses and decide that's a personality, you are feeling alienated from your labor, because you are being alienated from your labor. It's not a subjective experience, it's an objective phenomenon, and the body responds. as it would. Because having your surplus value expropriated is inherently alienating. It feels bad. You're not in control of your life. You're not in control of your livelihood. It creates hostility, resentment, and the sense of frustrated powerlessness. And that's true of whatever you believe on your surface of your mind. However much of a real, true-believing capitalist you think you are, you're still having that alienation. And ideology is what you use to direct the resentment and hostility you feel. And at base, class consciousness is just people comparing notes about their sense of alienation.
Daniel Gafford's checked in for
About
the Celtics.
people in the same workplace working closely saying, hey, our boss is such a piece of shit. You think the boss sucks too? Oh, God, he's awful. Oh, you know what? I was just thinking that. I didn't know if anybody else thought that either. And you just all find out that, oh, we all have the same source of alienation and angst.
Right.
We all are feeling bad for the same reasons. We know who's responsible.
Right.
And it's the guy taking our fucking labor.
From the line this time.
And that's how unions begin. It's just people comparing notes at the workplace about their feelings of exploitation. Now, Americans, especially after World War II, that's when our modern conspiracy culture was formed, thanks to mass media, the suburbanization. We lost touch with each other as workers. We stopped comparing notes. The big factories that have always been the engines of the working class, wherever they sprout, broken up, shipped to other countries, shipped to right-to-work states, even before that. Working class communities broke up with urban renewal, segregation, and suburbanization. Mass media filling the void left by socialization. Instead of socializing with your fellow workers, you're socializing with actors and performers, all of whom are on the side of capital and are reproducing capitalist notions for your consumption. That all fills the space where that conversation once was that leads to class consciousness. And because of this, American beef workers, they can only process their alienation internally. They can only ask their own self what's going on. They are ill-equipped to identify the real causes of distress because they don't have the notes to compare. They can't talk to others and make these conclusions. All they have is their own single perception and their own head full of pre-existing notions. Their subjective experience built into a lifetime of personal prejudices, religious beliefs, and incredibly crucially exposure to that mass media I was talking about, that takes the place of collective note-taking. And so that turns our alienation into a story, like the stories we watch in movies and TV. Stories with beginning and middle and end, identifiable villains and heroes, sense, reassurance, immortality really, because you're at every part of the story, you're there. At no point do you die as the person observing it. And that's why conspiracy theory is inherently reactionary. It really can't be used for left defense, because that is antithetical to keeping yourself in the dream, to keeping your ordered universe then together. People say, go to the flow, just use the stories to point to the real enemy. The thing is, they will always replace capitalism with something else. We look at Pizzagate, that's the perfect example, because you guys know I am on the hobby horse, and I think Pizzagate is fundamentally correct in its contours about elite child predation. But the actual theory of Pizzagate, it's all built on just brain detritus, just reactionary cultural anxieties about degeneracy and its relationship to the Democratic Party, just personal prejudices, local bias, hurtling into this thing that totally taints it. And so Trump's hand in real-life Pizzagate, fucking Jeffrey Epstein, is totally ignored. Unwinding the all the way back to unwinding all those premises is way harder than I think dealing with people on a material basis is. So I'd rather really try to hit people in the breadbasket than try to go all the way back and try to deprogram and debug all those lines of postal code.
In places like Davos.
Because, take a look at the evidentiary gap between what we know about Pizzagate crime and we know about Jeffrey Epstein. In Jeffrey Epstein's case, we have dozens of not only witnesses, but victims who have testified under oath about what he did to them, who have given them information that only someone who was intimately familiar with him could have had. One of the girls who he abused, when they searched his house, they found one of her high school report cards in his fucking house. You have victims who have evidence. and you have Donald Trump's name on a fucking flight log and a quote bragging about how much he likes partying with Jeffrey Epstein, how much Jeffrey Epstein likes young girls. We're the victims of Pizzagate. There's not a single purported victim in Pizzagate, except for Madeleine McCann, which is just a total wackadoodle flyer on their part. There's no victims, no evidence at all. It's all just imputed. It's what it is. It's decoding. Decoding the messages in the DNC emails, like you're fucking using your decoder ring to find out if you should drink your Ovaltine in a 50s kids radio show. It just defangs the whole thing.
Yep.
And now take Alex Jones.
Every time. That's my complaint with conspiracy theories. They come so close to figuring out the genuine truth, and then they throw, like, people who have conspiracy thinking. It's why conspiracy thinking is fundamentally reactionary. He's absolutely correct. It is fundamentally reactionary. Because conspiracy-minded people will like, sprinkle bits of truth in there, and then they'll, like, it'll be like this. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein was a sex trafficker. Donald Trump knew Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein went to a pizza place and sex trafficked in that pizza place. It's like, what the fuck? No! What's more likely is this. Jeffrey Epstein was a sex trafficker. Donald Trump knew Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein did sex trafficking together in Mar-a-Lago and Jeffrey Epstein Island. St. James Island. Does that make sense? Yes, because there's documentation and proof on that.
Before he became just a boring Republic. From the days when he was a real live wire, his famous line is, "They're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay." Of course, that's hilarious, right? Everyone has a good fun with that. That's stupid. His thinking is that there's some sort of evil company who's working to make men, to change gender roles, to undermine the traditional family, starting with the frog. That's the idea, you fucking idiot. Well, the thing is that at the base of that claim, they're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay. That's based on truth.
Yes.
There's a paper that is studied.
Yes, there is a paper that was studied that came out that there were chemicals, they were messing with hormones with frogs. That's it. That's it. That's all it was. They were messing with the hormones of frogs. And and conspiracy theorists found this out, and they latched onto it. They're like, holy shit, they're putting chemicals in the friggin' water that are turning the friggin' frogs gay.
Frogs exposed to a pesticide called atrazine, in which the exposure to the pesticide has caused mutations in their gender expression and led to cases where they've changed sex or become sterilized. Now that's a great example of capitalism at its worst. This fucking pesticide is used because it increases crop yields and therefore increases profits. And any damage to the people or the environment in which it's expressed, that's an externality that they don't have to deal with. That is just a perfect parable of capitalist exploitation.
Remember?
But he has to fucking frame it around cultural anxieties and obscure the truth. The fucking capitalist motive at the heart of turning the frogs gay. You turn the frogs gay because
they're putting chemicals in the friggin' swamps that are turning the friggin' eagles gay.
It's not going to turn the frogs gay. That's it. Doesn't require lizards or Jews or aliens with a 10,000-year plan to get rid of gender. But that's the whole lure of the thing. Because you're telling somebody a story they want to hear, and the part they want to hear is that they don't have to do anything, that they just have to keep watching. Why do they want the frogs gay? Tune in next week. We'll reveal why they want the frogs gay. Oh, you know, it turns out that there were these reptilians who wanted to make the frogs gay. But then there's this other new random race of reptilians who have now come to Earth and are now fighting for control using false flag attacks. You can embroider the thing forever, and it'll always be an entertaining journey, and you'll never get any closer to actually understanding politics, coming together with fellow citizens to fucking try to make the world a better place. You will just amuse yourself to death. And I will leave with one. I will leave you guys with one chilling note. I know I just said that conspiracy theory is the province of powerless people who need a way to cope with and express their powerlessness. But there is one way that conspiracy theory can actually be mobilized to political as opposed to just the observational politics playing out. And that is, this takes us back to the 20s, this takes us back to the rise of fascism. Because right-wing populism requires an analysis of social dysfunction and an enemy just as much as as leftism does. But that enemy can't be capital, as we've discussed, because they're committed to maintaining capital. That's their path to power.
Yep.
They can get the people into the streets by denouncing the material conditions of their lives, but they maintain the support of the elite, their money, and their freedom from police abuse by protecting capitalists, not pointing towards capital. And so that's where you put conspiracy theory. That you put in the flux capacitor there of fascist worldview is the fucking conspiracy theory. Look at the white genocide, great replacement narrative that's powering the far right right now. Okay, now every single component of what these people are claiming is a conspiracy. Bullshit. About great replacement, about replacing the white race. These are all 201 processes powered at every point by broad global economic trends created by capitalism and the specific decisions of the ruling class policymakers of the capitalist regime. So all these effects, so all the stuff they're talking about, millions of people being driven from their home countries to seek economic and physical security.
It's exploitation.
That also includes dropping birth rates in the West, because it's pretty well established that the degree to which you have a advanced capitalist state is the degree to which women take control of their reproductive destinies, have fewer and fewer children. That is an established connection. So these are all things that are phenomenons of capitalism, one way or another, and can be explained by capitalism. You got NAFTA, climate change caused drought, U.S.-backed coups and civil wars, and all of these things have done the same thing. All of them have created this milieu of population, migration, and baby death. But this is another case where people coming to these decisions themselves, not comparing notes in a context of class awareness, are filtering this reality through their pre-existing racial anxieties and their dreads of the other. And so when they see these things, the villain that comes up is once again one carrying out pointless destruction for inscrutable alien purposes. Because the Jews want to replace them. Why? Why do the Jews want to replace them? What does that even mean, replace them? They're here too. They're here as much as they want to be. And according to these guys, they control all of the money. Their lives are awesome. We couldn't really even get any better. Who do they want to replace us with, and why? They're Jews. They hate your culture. They hate its rootedness. They're jealous of it, and they don't want to look at it anymore. They want to destroy it. They want to destroy a civilization that they hate because they can never be a full part of it. That's it. And so that narrative then coheres and then is expressed in that cesspool of the internet that sends these things out with no friction coming in any way from anybody else's experience or humanity. All that gets drained out of it.
Yep.
And it becomes now hardwired in the minds of a lot of young reactionaries in this country in a way that is now politically valent because it's being expressed by a political party, like the anti-Masons. We're returning to that era because of the viral nature of memes and information over the internet. So among the leaders of these movements, there is no interest in confronting the reality. The capitalism is driving us all to a breaking point. And the only way that we can defeat them, by defeat the ruling class, is by uniting around our exploitations, by bringing together the oppressed and exploited people of the world together and use the power of our numbers to overthrow them and to reorganize society to the benefit of all. They don't want to talk about that. Because although that is the only way we survive, doing it requires crossing a chasm of otherness to a person who is in some way different culturally, religiously, ethnically. And the mere thought of making oneself vulnerable in that way, of attempting to make the leap of faith and to express the vulnerability to try to create solidarity across these divisions that, though arbitrary, are in the minds of someone conditioned in 20th century America incredibly powerful. Because that thought is too horrifying to contemplate. These people have to turn it into a cabal of reptiles and globalists who are using this inhuman mass of people who aren't as good as us, actually, because if you look at FBI crime statistics and IQ, blah, 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 and they've severed their connections to other people because they would rather live in the fantasy. All right, well, that's it, I think.
Alright. So just some knee-jerk reactions. How are you feeling?
You know, I mean, I really look forward to be the fucking Daily Show. It's going to be awesome. Absurd thing that Trump said that we can all be like, can you believe the president said that? Oh my God. It's going to be fucking great. No, we're done. This is all over. Chapo is going to be a footnote in history within 3 months, would be my prediction. So I hope everyone has fun tonight, because it's basically the end.
Would you have seen this coming?
I did not see it coming, so we're fucked. Basically, our entire thing depended on Hillary winning, because we were supposed to own her, and now we can't, because there's just Trump, and every fucking dipshit lib on Earth is going to be owning Trump, and so we can all own Trump together in a giant, just stupid, undifferentiated mass of shitheads, all trading the same dumb memes. It's going to be awesome.
Thank you, democracy. People really loving you sing galore. I think I just might do it every day. Just walk around like that? Yeah, I gotta see that somewhere. Yeah. I like how dismayed my brother and mom were by me in the military outfit. Like, just imagine if I actually did join the military when I was 18. I should have. They're not proud? No. They're not proud that you're stealing valor? I told them. I was like, I'm stealing valor. And they're like, it's terror. They're like, did you have a stroke? Imagine being really scared for your son, not because he joined the military, but because he's really dangerous. That's not going to movies to get discount tickets like this. It's going to backfire.
I just can't wait till you get owned and in one of those videos where the guy's like, stealing valor exposed. Sir, what unit was you with? What do those medals mean, sir?
1 hour ago, Michael Tracy, is anyone else feeling physically sick?
I'm good, dude.
It really is on it there. Did he even vote? No. How do you not time to do it? Yeah. Like this, in the 2 Florida counties I've been following, Trump has dramatically outperformed, dramatically in all caps, Obama from 2012. What do you mean by following? Is he just like typing in the county and just deplorable randy? He's like, voted for Trump. And Bill Mitchell goes, certainly one person has a Twitter account, there are hundreds of them. Therefore, Trump is only like 8 million votes. Well, the thing is right there is looking at Bill, because it's like a parody actively I don't know. I can't believe this. Like, first Molly Klein gaslighted Will, and now Bill Mitchell gaslighted me. He is gaslighting me. I don't think he's... Well, I mean, I think he's wrong, but I don't think he's, crazy. I don't think he's political. He's crazy. I don't know. Just go along with your He's smiling. He's gonna win smile in a award-winning podcast on your radio show, one of the national, one of the top radio shows on your voice radio. How cool is it when Trump is just like, hey, I'm Trump with professional? Why is Trump on that? Like, you're not supposed to do that because, then they get a chance to talk. But it's like, yeah,
What's the feeling that people decide to actually spend their election night, the most magical night every 4 years, with you guys, than their loved ones or dying relatives?
Well, we are their loved ones now. They are spending it with their loved ones because they've grown to develop personal relationships with us, and they will do whatever we tell them to do. So it doesn't surprise us at all because the PSYOP is already complete.
Somebody who doesn't lack confidence when he shoots from home. Now, here's Combs.
Matt Christman. Admiral Felix Spearman. And Dr. Will Whitaker.
My Fiora! I give back!
If Trump wins, like, this is our big fear is that we're going to be on stage and, like, sort of the whole bit is premised on that Hillary is going to win. And, or at least just in terms of the crowd energy, if we're, like, literally on stage and then, like, North Carolina, Trump, Michigan, Trump, Florida, Trump, the energy in the room is going to get very weird. And, so then we're going to bring out the Kool-Aid. And we're going to have our Jonestown moment.
It's a good place to do it.
Yeah, it's a good place to do it in Genius Jonestown. Genius Town.
Is any part of you believe that
Yeah, no, it can happen. I think there's like it's a small possibility. Like less than 15% probably. Which is still...
It's just that simple.
Billy Yank.
Like less than 15% probably, which is still really frightening. But I think it's, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's pretty bad. I don't know.
Florida looks pretty bad. Hillary crushing. Early voting, Palm Beach County in early voting, that's 61% for Hillary Clinton. Last time around, it was only 58%.
What's tomorrow? October 3rd law? Eric Trump said that tweet. Love loyalty to us. Remember when he was bragging about how, like, there was some groundskeeper who went to work instead of being his daughter's wedding, and then President goes, love loyalty to the family, and then he goes, it's okay, baby, I hope you'll have another wedding. Yeah. No, they're all fucking monsters. Like, yeah, it's like a fucking, the entire family is like some sort of, like, boys in Brazil genetic experiment that, like, creates an fucking Hitler. Not too many people here yet, though. Nobody wants to be a nerd.
How y'all doing? I mean, it's a strange interview. But, well, I do have a call to make right now. The numbers have not made this call, but it's pretty clear after Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach have come in that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida by a maybe 1.5% margin. The state of Ohio, he is beating Hillary Clinton 52 to 44%. That one is probably done as well, but she is hanging tough in Wisconsin. This is hard. The state of Maine, which is another firewall state, she is up by just 4,000 votes. This is funny to me. I'm actually laughing. I hope this is amusing to you guys as it is to me. Don't say that because they'll take a picture of you and they'll put the Michael Jordan on it and you just look like an asshole.
Virgil, do you feel like we should have done our electoral predictions besides other than share blue and blue nation review? Do you think we fucked up a little?
Well, we should have listened to both sides, Billy Mitchell, Bailey Stormer, Mark Dyke.
Oh,
well,
yeah, what can you do?
The election's over, it's over.
But in
And about halfway through the show, when we had Virgil doing the actual election calls, he said Trump is going to win Ohio and Florida. You could just sort of feel the air go out of the room. People are crestfallen, looking at their phones. Right when James Adomian was going on, which, you know, I thought was a coup. But I could tell the mood in the crowd was, I'd like to be with my family right now. I can't deal with this comedy shit. Great. And I feel, you know, privileged in that everyone who was in that room, that I could have made their last happy memory before Mad Max happened.
Tonight, I haven't really looked at tonight like a work thing. I mean, we love these live shows. We love having everyone come out. They're incredibly fun for us to do. And I'm a little tired, but I'm pretty relaxed. I'm pretty excited. It's gratifying to see all these people come out, to be able to do this. We have a really, as you can see, intricately plotted out live show.
Holy shit, she sucks so bad. So bad. As it stands, she has to win every Great Lakes state. And, you know, if she does that, she wins by a fucking eyelash. But holy shit, these Democrats literally thought all they had to do was run against Trump. They didn't think we have to make an affirmative case for ourselves. We have to, I don't know, realize that this country is in our timelines. It isn't the media break rooms that we like so much. It's not cable news. There are these vast swaths of this country that Trump specifically appealed to. And he appealed to in a huge way. And they had no answer for it. All their only answer is to run up the score and try to redo what Obama did with a candidate who, unlike Obama, was horribly tainted by a past disliked by many, stilted, cautious, and gun-shy lifestyle involved there.
Yeah, Wisconsin, I think, should be her edge. Michigan, really, really don't know. If you put a gun to my head, I'd say she lost Michigan. Jesus, man, all this emotional labor for someone who hates, absolutely despise. How do you feel about his like a quadriplegic across the finish line? I meant to say something other than quadriplegic. I don't know what else you would push. Quadriplegic? I guess. I don't know. I'm not a good analogy guy. What am I blank spots? I mean, there's little obviously you can push across. I don't. You can push anyone. You can push a tractor. A broken vehicle of some sort. Yeah. Cool running. Yeah, that's a good. There you go. There you go. Yeah, this person that we have to push like a bobsled across, like a fucking bobsled, like in the fucking Calgary Olympic Games. Y'all remember the Schmate? You remember Cool Runnings? Y'all saw it. It's a good analogy. It's a good one.
Narratives that are only in their little circle. Like there's, on one stretch of highway on Cincinnati, there are two billboards. They're the same billboard. Big billboard and 4 caskets with American flags on. There is a vaguely female-looking, like a big, very vaguely female-looking human outline, like standing in front of them, like with kind of like feathered hair. And that says next to it, what difference does it make? And like, okay, we all instantly know that's Benghazi and she's supposed to be Hillary. And I guarantee you 90% of the people who drive that, like, what the fuck does that mean? What are they selling? Is this for a funeral home? What difference does it make? What difference does it make?
So, like I said, this is the Chapo News Network senior election analyst desk. We're going to bring you the breaking news as it happens. Gentlemen, I don't know what you guys feel about tonight, but I think Trump's going to win it. I think he's going to take it.
Absolutely. I think once returns come in from crucial counties like Raytheon Acres, Virginia, and outdoor swimming pool, Florida, and White Flight, Ohio, the Trump train is going to come station with a pretty big head of steam.
Everyday Americans standing up. They're sick of the globalists. They're sick of the
just sitting at the door, and they're looking for permission to go safety off in the field of flight.
No, we do staying tonight, and we're watching, PBS, CNN, MSNBC, even Fox. They probably selling you a line of bullshit, but we're here to give you the straight, 100% truth. And I think it's going to be Trump. I think he's going to do it. President Trump, it's going to happen. Prepare your body for the thunder.
Like Francis Fukuyama wrote that book, The End of History, I think a little too early. Where it's like, if Trump becomes president, I think we can, silver lining, I think, like, we can finally put to rest the idea of American exceptionalism. Hopefully we'll be done with that.
Ready for that? Oh God! Is that's
baseball thing.
Who we got here?
17 points in his last outing.
Oh God! Is that James Adomi? Who we got here? Put your hands together for James Adomi and everybody. There's no chairs in this thing. So yeah, we're gonna just have James and whatever character you choose to play react to some breaking news.
On limited time, because I do have to leave this and go to an alt-right event that's happening. It's Gavin McGinnis is having
a fucking victory
party at a little cute boutique Brooklyn bar called Victor. Gavin McGinnis is a part owner of it.
Hi, James. Here's the latest picture out of Ohio right now with 40% reporting. Donald Trump is leading by 200,000 votes.
Trump is at 200,000 in Ohio. Everything's got dots there. Good percentage right. It's like 200%.
Gives you a phenomenal amount of energy out there.
I'm not sure what you asked, but
It's a check special here in Newtown election night. Ohio Donald Trump's up 200,000%. What do you ask the guy?
Pennsylvania is strictly too close to call one possibly that sign for Hillary is that in Philadelphia County.
Philadelphia! What do you got there? Pasadena! Sharp in Philadelphia, Pasadena, 79. We're going with the cheesesteak you want. Pay attention to the toilet. It's like a
She's slightly outperforming, underperforming Obama.
You're right, she can't sweat a loss in Wisconsin, Michigan. She can't sweat any Great Lakes losses. Oh my God, she lost. She lost. If she loses Michigan, she lost. And she's down by 90,000 votes in Michigan. Wayne County is 16% in. She's only leading there by 6%.
Yeah, but what hurts Wayne County?
6% in just that county. And to give you some contrast there, let me see what it looks like to vote. How do I make it so it stops giving me the mobile site?
There's this feeling you get sort of like in the bottoms of your thighs, through your nuts, through your legs, where you sort of feel like there's this incredible weight to them, but you're just kind of like numb. It's a weird nervous reaction. And it was kind of like that. Like if you ever, when I was 16, I got in a fight with this kid at a place in far north of Chicago. I knew I was going to get my ass kicked. And I was in the wrong and caused this fight. And I had to take this entire elevator up to the top of the apartment complex to fight him on the rooftop. The entire time I just felt the sweat dripping down from my balls, down to the back of my knees. And I hadn't really felt that in a long time. That was like 10 years ago. And I felt it up there, but well, older, a little wiser, could hold it together. Like, yo, shit, look, fuck me. I'm a white guy in a heavily blue state. I'm probably gonna be fine. Definitely gonna be fine. Oh man, if you're someone else, dude, fucking God help you.
God fucking help you.
Wisconsin, Texas is close.
Hawks against Gilgis Alexander. Over 5. Buries it from about 10 feet away.
I could sound foolish, but I can show you the fucking map. Like,
You sound pretty sure of it.
yeah, I mean, no, the largest so far. How about you in Wisconsin? Like, how many of those minority precincts where it's like there's always long lines because of structural? How many of those exactly exist in Wisconsin? Unless Governor Walker's he's the governor there. John Walker's the governor there. He's not going to do some good ass fraud. So I just it's peaceful there. Milwaukee, he is not hitting the numbers he needs in Milwaukee.
Our topic was how the president Gilgis Alexander is.
Should anyone have idea to model your winning coalition on any black family coalition? Maybe that was a bad idea when you're a white little television show in order to reach out to voters. Maybe that was a bad idea. But how much is she down in Ohio? 10 points?
Well, this is where like the moment where like Herzog, like you stop questioning me, you just hold on my face and just see like the sort of the rigor of emotion just sort of like pass over me in an unguarded moment, and you go in the narration and be like, this is when you realize that the cruel charade of his existence was really prelude to an even more absurd reality.
I was saying to you guys downstairs that specifically about the show.
He picked up 27 points in their last win against Denver. Hartenstein with a screen on right.
The dramatic. Your show isn't going to survive Trump presidency.
But the show is still for me. Yeah, you guys have a good time, despite, like that. Happiness. I think it's overrated. Okay,
stranger to
you guys are going to move on to JB coming back. Air America. Hey, do you think the Daily Show will Air America? Do you think the Daily Show will be funny again? All those libs were right. The Johnsters should have said those. Well, yeah, if that motherfucker hadn't retired, we wouldn't be in Easy Street right now.
Look at the silver lining. I view it as a victory for civility when the libs donated $200,000 to Trump's North Carolina campaign.
Good work, guys.
Good work. Yeah, she's probably going to lose that.
Oh my God.
And the second free throw is good.
Your closing thoughts, gentlemen?
Oklahoma City trailing.
Bare feet and 215 pounds in his underwear. Bare feet in underwear. Fucking Bill Mitchell, you man. He did. Told you. Felix said that Bill Mitchell was gaslighting me, making me insane, but you were wrong. You were wrong. So no matter what happens tonight, it's a 50-50 thing. No matter what happens, That's I start sentences and I don't really. What's the most you've ever lost to a coin toss?
They're hoping to make some moves from the number 5 spot before the start of the playoffs. Right now, for the Thunder, they won't have home court advantage in the playoffs, and lots of people thought they'd be able to lose for 3 games.
You'll be fine. The next 30 or 40 years until cardiovascular disease or cancer catch up with you, you'll be fine.
You don't have to ship out.
Yeah. I have a plan.
The ball's not loose. White, steal.
My God, Sean!
The Celtics.
I can walk!
important aspect of this, obviously, I think that the show became a lot more interesting midway through because we had a different ending plan. Let's say we were going to end it with the guys jokingly confident that Trump had it sewn up, and Felix's character, the Jack D. Ripper character, was going to leave the room and commit suicide. Matt was going to immediately burst into a panic, selling himself to Hillary after declaring himself originally a Trump guy. And then Will, as he kind of did at the end, was going to roll up to the front and say, "Sister Hillary, I can walk." And we were fairly confident that's how the show could go. We joked last night, like, do we have a failsafe if this doesn't? I mean, Dr. Strangelove was based on a book that later ripped off called Failsafe. And that was precisely the key word tonight, is that we didn't really have a failsafe. So I had to run up at near the end and say, guys, we need a different ending. And at that point, all I knew was that Will had to just say Mein Führer instead of Sister Hillary. And the energy was very weird. I think I'm pretty impressed by how they kept it together. I think the show went well, but you can't deny the shift in mood that happened in the middle, because, I mean, I don't have a whole lot to say right now beyond immediately reacting to the show, because we're all right here in disbelief. And, house lights are up. Again, not sure where we're at right now. Thanks everyone for coming out to the show and enjoying yourselves under, weird circumstances. Should I make the call? No. All I'm gonna say, we basically know what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna say, but
what can I just say? Thanks. All right. In Hillary's firewall in the state of Wisconsin, that's 10 electoral votes. She has no margin of error. Trump has a lead of about 2 to 3% right there. The remaining precincts are not enough to come in for Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump will be elected the 45th president of the United States.
Hey everybody, a lot of people ate shit. Bill Mitchell was right. You know what?
Bill Mitchell will be replacing Matt Crispin in this
seriously, guys, thanks so much for coming out.
Boston, third.
If energy is only mobilized around presidential elections, then there's no future. The real work begins after the election and at the grassroots, organizing in parallel to electoral politics and local. And to the extent that it's electoral, it is local races. It is primarying people. It is going to places where there are
outside Brown. Clock at 6.
Places where there is a safe corporate Democrat and replacing them with a socialist. Like, that's what it's going to be. So you build an infrastructure and you have something there and you have a bench and you have all that stuff. And because, yeah, like, that's why the Greens are jokes, because they wait every 4 years and they trot out a vanity candidate to get, like, the protest votes of a couple of, vegan wine moms and recumbent bike fans and, Cambridge, Massachusetts. For it to be meaningful and a broad movement, it has to maintain energy after elections, the president. Because it is really, we spent all this time talking about it, presidential elections are sort of an illusion, and focusing on them ends up sort of misdirecting energy. So that's the only hope, is that as soon as this election's over, sort of a counter-mobilization against the contemporary Democratic Party happens. And it won't be because of running against Hillary or anything like that.
That was going to be the difference, because that's what determines elections now, is cultural signaling. So well done, everybody. It worked out exactly the same. Why would you need to speak to people's economic hopes and dreams when you can just whip and nay-nay? And as we saw, huge results for that. So congratulations.
That's good. His first made shot of the attempts. Such a critical part of how their offense.
But you are going to be so proud of your country, because we're going to turn it around and we're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much. We're going to win at every level. We're going to win economically. We're going to win with the economy. We're going to win with military. We're going to win with health care for our veterans. We're going to win with every single facet. We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Can I play 1,000 miles on every instrument I own? But this time I'm using BandLab to add effects to my instrument.
This is not his quarter. He needs to give up some.
Welcome to the chat room. We got fun and games. We got all the memes you want, but you better come here today. We got the posters that you find, whatever you need. And if you've got the
with perfect timing.
Pepe, we got your disease. Welcome to the chat room. Welcome to the chat room. Won't you bring me to you?
And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair. Gafford picks one up, and even from where we're sitting, you could clearly tell it was a
So, I don't want to, I'm sorry that I started the stream so irreverently, considering the day it is after all 9/11, which is a very important date, and of course a very important day for the city that I live in. My adopted home, New York. It was on this day Hillary Clinton, Sheriff Ham,
Boston with some changes.
fell
Cornette's checked
into
in
the
for
SUV.
Gafford. Hauser comes in
And
for
the world
Brown.
was never the
And
same.
it's Jason Tatum in
The
for
day of
White.
outdoor summer
And
hoops.
also a switch here for Oklahoma City. Wiggins, he's checked in for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Man, that was a moment, wasn't it? When Hillary fell over. I watched that. We interviewed the guys who made the Pepe documentary, and I watched that
And that one goes in. Two from
segment where they talk about how it just felt like they memed it into reality.
the first quarter here.
And I got to say, that's certainly how it felt at the moment. It felt like everyone. I know, of course, those freaks like to take things proprietarily because they suffer so much for being online, as in, their lives are so miserable outside of it that they essentially deserve credit for creating all concepts because they spend the most time on here. But sorry, doesn't mean you're good at it. It means your life sucks. Anyway, I really feel that was a group project. Not even on our part, willingly.
His scoring
The
ability is
idea that she was wildly ill and hiding it was just very funny. And turns out, she probably wasn't even sick because, I mean, honestly, would you have asked yourself back then, 9/11, 2016, do you think Hillary will be alive in 2020? I think most people would be like, no. Unless they find her in a robot body, she's going to fucking conk out. But here she is. Because these people can't die. One of the many evocative, like, mythological elements of QAnon that, like, rings true. Why are these evil people essentially immortal? And adrenochrome stands in for the excess, the surplus value that they keep onto themselves. It allows them essentially to stave off death by the intervention of technology. And you know, it doesn't even necessarily mean you don't even necessarily have to have that much more than other people to live unnaturally longer than them. Because you're not affected by the things that kill tons of Americans. Like, you have the time and money to avoid the cost of unhealthy eating habits or alcohol or anything else. You could offload those. You could pay to have them dealt with. Instead of having the problem create more problem and more problem and bring you into an earlier grave. And of course, they don't expose themselves to that hazards of life that kill so many Americans. And they're never going to have to worry about having their lifespan shortened by excessive use of drugs because they don't need drugs. Power is their drug. And adrenochrome, the idea that there's a chemical in the brain that is emitted during fear and pain that can be consumed ritually and that will extend life, that speaks to the reality of life lived in the very sight of these people doing this while we're all suffering. Woodrow Wilson said that he was terrified of the automobile when it was introduced because he thought that the fact that now poor people would get to see rich people driving around in these vehicles would cause them all to spontaneously declare themselves Bolsheviks and overthrow capitalism. He was genuinely afraid that the ostentatiousness of this iron chariot whipping around and running over poor kids is going to make people so sharply aware of class distinctions they would have overthrown the capitalism. Now, we've seen that this country has particular bafflers built into it to withstand any overflow of radical activism. It's got so many bafflers and chambers and venting ports that it's been able to disarm popular misery no matter where or how much it emerges, basically since World War II.
He's not one to blow layups.
Got the sun in my eyes here. I gotta move.
Here's Hauser, averaging around 5 points a game.
I know I look very
head off. Here's Tatum. Beat the shot clock, but it's off the
This
mark.
is what I do for you people.
The Thunder shooting an average of 43% from the floor. Wallace, pass to Caruso.
Man, I got this post here. It's the only thing that's stopping me from getting sun on my face.
Toward
This is
outside.
annoying.
Holmgren with a screen on Tatum.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, I'm sure this is a lot of fun for everybody watching me do this.
Back to Holmgren. Three-pointer. And the shot's off.
I might have to go back to the gross wall that everybody hates because there's no sun here. So sorry if it looks like I'm in. Sorry if it looks like I'm waiting to get executed with Nick Berg or something, but.
Dort's shot is good. And the Thunder lead by 2. All right, guys, what's your take on the hustle stats for the Thunder?
Well, the effort they've shown on defense has been infectious. Everyone on this team continuing to jump at opportunities to come away with steals.
And I don't know if everybody's getting in this block party flow.
Alright.
That's what's happening tonight. They've done a great job of being
There we go. This ought to be all right. This is fine.
And already one of the more
You get to see the freaking what do they call it?
Really impressive BA.
Transmission boxes? I don't know. I don't understand math or engineering.
He's selective in the ones he took. Still, his number one attribute is how
Cable box? Transformer? I think it might be a transformer. Fuse box? Whatever it is, I don't know. There's some sort of technology that keeps me from dying of exposure.
Try to find a way to get on the board.
Now here's Tatum.
What was I even talking about? 9/11 something?
Points a game. Very impressive.
Oh, Hillary falling over. Yeah, that was really funny, wasn't it? She comes out wearing those glasses and goes, "I feel great."
From deep three-point range.
Never really got better than
Missed by
that.
Boston. It's never
There's
easy
never a
from
funnier
that
day than
distance.
that. Never a more unalloyedly funny day of this whole thing than
Oh, no,
that.
I know he can make it, but that's warm-ups, so maybe just a step too far.
It's funny now that the left has gone around to thinking 9/11 was an inside job, right? Because
And this is how confident Dort is.
right after,
how effective he is.
right after 9/11, 9/11 trutherism was a sole province of the radical left. That was it. Like Alex, and that's why seeing Alex Jones's trajectory is interesting, because he started off in the national consciousness anyway, after being on Austin's goof up before that, on 9/11, becoming a conduit for left-wing disillusionment with the status quo, channeled into the narrative of Trump-Bush doing 9/11. And then I feel like there was a pushback led by people like Matt Taibbi, where they say, who got called left gatekeepers, where they said, look, you're ignoring all the realities of power and the contours of power in this country to create a passion play about these evil Bush people, when the reality of American politics and geopolitics and geostrategic strategy is that things like 9/11 are the inevitable outgrowth of American policy and are then incorporated back into American foreign policy as an Ouroboros. It doesn't require intervention from the state. And now it feels like we're back to the smart opinion being that 9/11 was an inside job. Now, though, as an expression of like a deeper awareness of the absurdly, basically as a way to explain the failure of the left to generate anything. Like, there was no real left in 2001 in America. It had basically turned into nothing. Like, you had, people can point to something like the battle in Seattle, but I honestly think minus 9/11, that would have turned into a
Celtics trail by 5.
like a last gasp of something. It didn't really build to anything. It was like that anti-globalization movement, it reached the point of like highest conflict with the state, and then because there's no higher way to go, there was no higher level of conflict with the state that they were capable of or willing to carry out, it dissipated. And so 9/11 kind of like helped build like even a self-conscious left in this country, first around being anti-war, but then within that, there was the hardcore who used 9/11 as a narrative to like construct a story of American malevolence. It explained the horror of this thing that had happened to us, saying, no, I know this is awful and it should make you mad, but don't be mad at them, be mad at the people in charge. And that was, in the context of the Bush administration, a left-wing position. The right pretty much loves Bush,
So overwhelmed inside. That's why they
especially right after 9/11. And in fact, for a while, 9/11 truth was used by people who wanted to, during the Obama years especially, who wanted to both sides, stuff like birtherism. They would say, yeah, Republicans believe goofy stuff like Obama wasn't born in America. But leftists believe that 9/11 was an inside job. And it was considered like a sine qua non for that like left position. But it was left coming into its own. Now, the left has failed to achieve liftoff at a time of maximum crisis that makes 9/11, that's the worst 9/11, that is in the aftermath of 9/11. And it has, like, renders 9/11 in a day-to-day basis smaller and smaller in the minds of people who at one time had it consume their entire identity.
Even Deere and Fox has talked about.
And so an answer has to come to why hasn't the left succeeded? Why hasn't the left succeeded, considering how bad things have gone? And if things getting bad don't make people act better, then what hope do we have? No, that was what got us out of the Depression, essentially, without becoming a total fascist country. Was the effort of people who experienced the Great Depression and wanted to take control of their economic destiny, and funnel that into things like sit-down strikes, wildcat strikes.
Did you start using Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, or Snapchat when you were between 8 and 18, and later developed anxiety, depression, eating disorder?
And funnel that into things like sit-down strikes, wildcat strikes, massive labor organizing of the UAW, the CIO, the radical CIO, communist movement, Communist Party, which is at the zenith of influence and membership, organizing and creating locus of radical power within every node of government, up to and including the Democratic Party. And now we're in a similar crisis, or the beginnings of one, and there's nothing even on the horizon of even the ghost of those ideas. And I think people have a desire to want to explain that. And I think the idea of inside jobbery, of being persuasive, as a thing that could happen hypothetically, a thing that could realistically happen in this country. Like a cadre of people within the government carrying off a massive attack on Trump citizens, staging elements of it, and in order to carry out this agenda in the Middle East. If you think it's possible to do that, then the failure of the left to make any kind of inroads makes sense. It's explained within the greater umbrella of that meta-explanation. Now, this is not me saying one way or the other whether I believe anything about 9/11. I don't really know. I'm agnostic about it, like I am with the Kennedy assassination. But I just think that the reason that I have noticed anyway, people could say I'm wrong about this, I feel like there's been a kind of a shift towards more credulity towards trutherism than used to be considered on the left. And I think it's because it's not necessarily any evidence, because the evidence has always really been there. And I think some of it is very brow-raising and incredibly persuasive. Not stuff like Tower 7, that doesn't get me, but, you know, the connections between Saudi Arabia and the hijacking, you know, stuff like that. And
on the wing.
Like the airline shorts, the fucking amount of money that was made by people shorting airline stocks right before 9/11. But anyway, like I said, it's an interesting case. There's stuff that's very eyebrow-raising about all of it. We know that a lot of the stuff that they say is lies. Like they lied about, I mean, according to their own version of events, they lied for a long time about whether or not there'd been an order to shoot down Flight 93 or not, and whether Dick Cheney had issued it without any authorization from the president to do so. So, like, we know they lied about shit, and obviously there's like, the degree of Saudi Arabian government involvement is at the minimal funding, by some elements within. Like, how far it goes up, whether it was directed from the top of the Saudi royal family, that is not proven, but minimal, but much more likely to the point of handling, as if they were intelligence assets. And when you consider the American relationship to Saudi Arabia in terms of creating radical Islamic terror groups in order to subvert the Soviets and also secular leftist movements inside the Middle East,
on what that potential is.
It raises eyebrows, like I said. But I think what changes, what shifts over time, is what people are looking for. And I think for a while people wanted to appear smart. They wanted to realize, no, I understand this isn't about the Bushes. Like after Obama gets in there and just wrecks everything and just destroys any momentum that the left might have accumulated by hijacking it and then dispersing it to the wind. They're like, no, the system is bigger than Bush. It's bigger than Bush. He couldn't have been the guy who did 9/11. Like, he's just another errand boy for this systematic despoilation of the planet. But now, this farther into the shit, and now with another crisis looming, I think people need an explanation for, well, why, if we see this every day, why is nothing being done about it? Why are we not getting farther? Why are we not really doing better?
From behind the arc. And it's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander,
but like I said,
with the rebound.
I don't really spend a lot of time on that. I don't spend a lot of time on it because honestly, my assessment of the situation is not much different if it happened any way that people say or not. You know,
this team has really found a great offensive rhythm lately, running smart plays, sharing the ball.
I guess I do resist the idea that Bush was like, we're doing 9/11. I guess I always am resistant to that level of conspiracy conception. But I could definitely see, I could accept as plausible any number of things from it being allowed to go forward after being discovered by the government to government making another step towards like paving the way and allowing it to go at the operational level as part of a broader strategy.
A lot of good fortune moving up in the draft in some cases. These teams aren't going anywhere.
But it doesn't really change the way mustard tastes either way. We still know who our enemies are, and we still know what mechanisms they use to control and maintain this illusion of consent.
Now here's Gafford. To win the cold spell. Hauser can't get it to go.
And even though he couldn't send the shot back at him, he certainly altered.
So I don't know.
Yeah, that's the kind of energy that you want to see on every possession throughout the game.
I'm hesitant also to investigate it too much because I know I could definitely go down a rabbit hole. There's so many fascinating elements to that thing.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him.
I think wasn't there just recently declassified information that made explicit the degree to which there was high-level knowledge of the 9/11 plot in the Saudi government?
To the inside.
Oh man, the anthrax attack. That stuff will make you screw your head on the other way around.
Taking it up strong, Gafford.
Anthrax sent right after 9/11 major media figures and politicians with this weird block lettering saying, "We have anthrax, death to America, Allah," whatever. And it's discovered that the anthrax was 100% milled in a U.S. government biological weapons facility, specifically the one at Fort Detrick, Maryland, which is the headquarters of America's Chemical and Biological Warfare Division. The Unit 731 for the contemporary America.
For a big guy, Daniel Gafford is very active and agile.
And they never fucking found who did it. They accused a number of people. One guy, they eventually kind of had to half admit that they pulled a Richard Jewell. But the other guy that they accused last, he killed himself, and then they essentially closed the case. They go, well, this guy probably did it. But at the same time, you're like, okay, the U.S. government used U.S. government anthrax to make it look like Muslims did it. Why would they do that? Exactly. I don't understand it. It doesn't even make sense on its own terms. They couldn't find some anthrax that couldn't be directly traced back to the U.S. government.
And another miss by Oklahoma City. Just terrible.
They did paperclip Japanese scientists. Japanese scientists conducted monstrous medical experiments, not on foreign Jews like in Europe, on American servicemen, on G.I. Joe. Not
gets that kind of momentum.
Brought to the United States with a hands of criminal records expunged in order to get the secrets of their torture.
Athleticism on our AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Celtics trail by 10. 1:43 left in the second.
But I have no idea about any of it.
Brown inside. Dort
I try to spend more time thinking about the current situation, the current crisis. Just because those are rabbit holes that, if you're doing a greater project, I think are worth investigating. I think it's part of a greater project. I know for me, I think it would end up me just burrowing farther away from the legibility. This is an interesting question. Chaco spoken on the connection between the CIA and modern art in the 50s and 60s. I don't think we've ever spoken about it directly on the show, but it is true that a lot of the stuff that we, the critical stew that like educated Americans swim in terms of like what is expected to be quality literature, quality art, like what are the qualities of art that we value. A lot of that was created by modern art schools in both painting and literature that were funded by the CIA with the express purpose of providing a aesthetic-focused alternative to the social realism of the Eastern Bloc, which was all about pointing out material conditions and inspiring the masses towards revolution, recognition of their class situation. Well, they don't want people thinking about their class situation and their art. No, thank you. Better to think about, like, the wistful travails and pains of a like impotent ad executive in a suburban Connecticut backyard, you know, small domestic dramas that don't intersect with politics in any meaningful way. And then in art, abstraction, you know, don't show me degradation, don't show me like a Diego Rivera fucking mural that contrasts the decadence of the rich with the penury and misery of the poor. Show me a fucking bunch of shit on a wall that could be anything, and then you tell me what it is. So that is true. Like the Iowa Writers Workshop was CIA funded. Partisan Review, Paris Review, a lot of the organs of like middle and higher brow culture were funded by the CIA. And there were funds and grants for artists like Pollock, Jackson Pollock, for the express purpose of creating an apolitical vocabulary for artistic worth. And the thing is, we still live with that. We still live with that. And it really is challenging to sometimes think.
I get triggered when someone gives me unsolicited advice. When I was younger, it came...
That. We still live with that. And it really is challenging to sometimes think, do I really value these elements of art because I think that there is some objective, or even to me, subjective quality to it, or am I just bowing to essentially deep state propaganda created to keep me from thinking critically and keeping me from thinking in a class conscious way? It's a very good question. Now that's why, like, you can say, like, when people say, oh, you know, modern art, postmodern, whatever, that these things were created by the CIA. See, that's a different claim, and it's incorrect. These movements existed already. These movements would have existed. These movements were products of the reality. They were products of the material conditions. I mean, you're talking about post-war America. It's a land of plenty. It's a land of ennui, honestly, of a culture. Is that all there is? Because we've reached the top of Maslow's hierarchy. We've reached the top of the pyramid. At least most of us who consume culture in any kind of way in America, the middle class post-war era. Of course we're going to make art that's self-interested and narcissistic and doesn't care about politics. Of course we're going to make that kind of art. It's just that the CIA encouraged intentionally and raised up the profile to places maybe it wouldn't have gotten. So to reach the level of hegemonic understanding as rightness in the academy, it might not have got otherwise. So it helped me over the line, but it didn't create it.
Tatum passes to Fox. Here's White. Back to Fox.
Of course, at the same time the CIA was doing that, the CIA was also doing Operation Mockingbird, which was gaining literal influence over America's newspapers, America's media, direct provision, like through blackmail and through bribery and subornation, to turn reporters into agents of the state, putting out CIA propaganda for domestic consumption, like literal manufacturing consent, like not even through a propaganda model, just through just literally writing checks. And presumably doing blackmail. Like a lot of the top political consultants and stuff back then, and guys, were highly blackmailable. There was a guy, I think his name was Drew Pearson, who was like the dean of the DC Press Corps, who was also gay and was heavily rumored to have been photographed either by the KGB or the CIA or both in flagrante delicto. And as a result, you know, he was basically captured by intelligence. The same thing happened with other guys and also others they paid. And then at the same time as that, they were got these pursuits meant to create a mollified public perception, like a massaged and controlled perception for the public, both aesthetic in the Pollocks, in the modernism stuff, like factual, like epistemological, with the news media, and now literally psychologically with MK Ultra. Like they want to control. It was really a full spectrum attempt in the heady post-war days to control the human mind. in every respect. Control what the world it encountered conceptually, and control the actual chemical processes going on within it. And the degree to which they were successful is honestly one that we'll never know. Just think of it this way. All right, so we have a narrative that, yeah, all this stuff happened, but we found out about it in the 70s, church committee and all that. And then, you know, there were some flare-ups in the years since, like Iran-Contra and stuff, but for the most part, the CIA's, like, power is diminished. They're sort of like the Mafia, which is very similar, very fitting since they do the same function as the Mafia, and they cooperate with the Mafia on a lot of stuff, including the Kennedy assassination. But, like, they're on a decline. Their influence is waning. Like, now they're just a bunch of schmucks who can't stop 9/11 or predict that the Berlin Wall is going to fall. But isn't that what we would think of it if all those things had been successful? If all those experiments had been successful, and they really were able to create some sort of broad-spectrum propaganda model that combines airwaves and literal chemical brain conditioning to essentially massage the human mind, massage the will of the people towards tractable ends. Keep guardrails, basically. Wouldn't we remember that as being like, oh yeah, and then they just went away, instead of, oh yeah, they took over everything? No, we wouldn't know that. That would defeat the whole purpose. If they needed to do that, if they didn't have to do this stuff to our brain, then they would live in a world where they could just be out and say, yeah, we control you. But they can't do that. So they have to do, what they would do is they would make us think that they went away while actually controlling everything. I'm not saying that's true. In fact, I think it probably isn't. But
can you recognize the song?
For me, it seems like the world we live in and the degree of manipulation that is just carried out in full view of everyone, never changing anything, makes me feel like there is some mechanisms that actually worked. Some combination of persuasion and perception massaging and chemical rearrangement.
Here are the most difficult teams
I
to
don't
score
know.
against over the
This is some 420 shit. This is a very 420 stream. I'm going to put this one on YouTube. We're not going to put all these on YouTube. We're only going to put the ones I think are decent. But yeah, this is definitely feeling very 420 and feeling very paranoid.
Second half of play here. We're just under 2.5 minutes past.
What if 9/11 never happened? Wow.
Box against Gilgeous
That's a real one, isn't it?
Gilgeous Alexander
Because that is such a contingent act. A lot of times that could have been stopped.
And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points
I
if
don't
he
know.
converts
I've
the free throw.
always been a skeptic of 9/11 trutherism, but you know, since I've seen, I've kind of widened my credulity by the. I still have a fundamental problem with the whole idea of an inside job 9/11. And that is that a government apparatus that had that degree of control over an operation that size, I don't think would have to do it to get a war in the Middle East. But maybe they did all this. Maybe the Rand Corporation did a bunch of regressions, and they realized no, the only guaranteed way to get this to happen is with this. Nothing else will work with like anything more than anything less than like a 25% failure rate. You know, I don't know. Amazing. It could happen one way or the other. Doesn't matter. Same people are in charge. The way of the lives are the same. It's just really their capacity to control things that's different. And honestly, I don't know how you can embrace the real, like, hard truth theory. I mean, stuff about, like, them knowing beforehand, that's a whole different question. And I think that's really significant. Like, there's all this weird stuff about insider trading happening right before 9/11, like stock, the shorting of airline stocks. Guys got arrested for, like, doing insider trading off 9/11 information. So the idea that it was known about at some level and was allowed to happen, I can buy that. But like controlled demolition and all that shit, it just seems like you're working backward.
Holmgren, the pass to
But I'd say either way, they're still in charge. Same people, they have the same motives. And the way to beat them is sadly the same. Organized. And goddamn it, that's the hard part. Because all the other theorizing is a lot more fun. Talking about like who blew up the Twin Towers is way more fun than trying to like push the goddamn wheel of pain up the hill again.
He's guarded by White.
Oh
Passes to
boy.
Holmgren. And counted from 19 feet away. Holmgren's got 6 here in the quarter. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for the Thunder.
Well, their D has been a major story.
See, the funny thing about Tower 7 I never got was, why did you need to blow it up? And the only answer anyone's ever given me is like, it has the files or something. It's like they knew what they had the whole like month leading up to it to plan everything, which means they could have planned to remove the stuff from the place before they did it. Unless they forgot and then had to like fire a missile at it to just knock it down. I don't understand. And then, yeah. And I always learned another thing about the Pentagon is like that seems like such a bad target, you know. Since I mean, you go to the trouble of knocking down the Twin Towers for their propaganda value. Why just crash into the thickest building on Earth that's going to barely show any scars? It's like, well, because the part that got blown up is like the accounting department. That's like, isn't there another way to get? Presumably they know where this stuff is and they can get it and like get it out of there. If they could plan that, I don't know. It's all, like I said, I am agnostic on all this stuff. Having an opinion is nice, but at the end of the day, it doesn't prove anything. And there's no way to know, so who gives a shit? I'm just going to be grilling back here in my little grill spot. Catch me grilling, boys and girls. I'm all about that grill life. You feel me? I know you could. All right, guys. I'm going. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Somebody asked me yesterday to talk about the fact that now we have the name of a guy from the actual name of one of the guys from the Saudi embassy who helped the 9/11 hijackers navigate the U.S. and give them money and stuff. I mean, it's just, they forget to block out a name. We knew there was a guy, there was a direct part of the Saudi government who was involved. We've always known that. That's the hilarious shit. Is that it all just went out right in the open. And because it's one of those things that's so vast it can't be dealt with, it can kind of go out there because there's no one who's going to do anything with it because it's too all-encompassing. Same thing with Epstein, kind of. You don't really have to worry about one side or the other using it if it's out in the open because it's too all-encompassing and it's too bipartisan in its condemnation. So, and it's too central to the perpetuation of the existing systems that both sides support.
I just got my laptop for my degree at Maestro. I'm so excited!
Central to the perpetuation of the existing systems that both sides support. So there's no way for them to effectively leverage it. So we can just sort of like, over time, let this shit out because there's nothing anyone can do about it.
Up again. It's good on the putback.
I mean, I remember the fucking Afghan tapes, the Afghan papers, which were like the Afghanistan war version of the Pentagon papers. Saying basically the same thing, that they lied the entire time about the Afghanistan war, they lied about the metrics, they lied about America's progress, they lied about the viability of the government, they lied about the viability of the Taliban opposition, they lied about everything, the entire way that they did, and it didn't matter.
Here's Gilgeous Alexander.
Because no one's going to change any of this shit. So who is there to even make anything of it, other than individual citizens? Because they can see everyone else not doing anything about it and internalize the idea that even though this thing seems huge, it must mean nothing because if it did mean something, why isn't anybody doing it?
And he lays it in on the break. Gilgeous Alexander's got 17.
The length of SGA is huge there at 6'6".
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with those JFK files. I wouldn't be surprised. At a certain point, it'll be so long ago, and memories will be so short, and there'll be very little remaining emotional attachment to the 60s. Basically, once the boomers are gone, the ones who still fixate on the Kennedy assassination, as soon as they're gone, or most of them, or they're out of positions where they're still exercising authority through the vote in any significant number, you can put it out there, and then people will just be like, oh, well, wow, huh, wow. Well, you look at that. They'll look around and nobody's going to do anything, so, okay, I guess that's just the thing.
Aldama outside from deep three-point land. Out of bounds, the Oklahoma City's ball. Here's a look at what's coming up for Oklahoma City. On Saturday, they'll face off against Kyle Lowry and the Detroit Pistons. And then Sunday, they'll take on Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, it does feel like we're just getting this series of limited hangouts all the time to endure us to the vast amount of shit that's been kept from us with the implicit message that there's nothing you can do to stop us, which is really why I resist conspiracy theory shit more than anything, because it's very hard not to take the message of conspiracy theory worldview to be there can be no change because their control is total.
That's a hell of a trajectory. You guys ever wonder how much more advanced we'd be culturally and socially and civilizationally if we had embraced Crystal Pepsi?
Him getting into the comfort zone out there after dropping the second three of the half.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and there's a whistle. That'll belong to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's foul number 2.
Because Crystal Pepsi was mind-blowing. Crystal Pepsi told you, hey, you know that perception you had your whole life? You know how you always thought that cola was brown? That's the color of cola.
Brown with it. He's got 15.
What if I told you it didn't have to be?
Launches
Here, drink this. I don't understand. This looks like a Sprite of some kind. Some sort of lemon lime beverage. No. It tastes like a damn Pepsi.
That's to Holmgren.
If Pepsi if Pepsi is not brown, then what is it? What is anything? Maybe we would have been more open-minded as the end of history turned into the charnel house of the 21st century. Maybe we would have been able to think outside the box.
Gilgeous-Alexander.
Maybe after 9/11 we could have thought, hey,
and stolen by Holmgren.
if Pepsi isn't necessarily clear, then this terrorist attack is not necessarily the beginning of some civilizational war, unless we make it. Let's not do that. I have no proof of this. I just wonder sometimes.
Here's the three.
Although apparently the failure of Crystal Pepsi was partially due to rat fucking by Coca-Cola.
Here's Christie.
Coca-Cola, after Crystal Pepsi set the world on fire with its mind-blowing commercial debut after the Super Bowl, using Van Halen's Right Now as its theme song.
Holmgren's got his 7th rebound of the game.
Immediately after that, Coke came out with their own Crystal version of Coke. Only it was Diet Tab, but they said Crystal Coke, and so it tasted like crap. It tasted bad. It wasn't. It was a diet beverage, and one not even like their good diet beverage, their crummier diet beverage. And so because Coke is so hegemonic, and because people don't really differentiate that finely, somebody has a bad tasting Crystal.
Williams has got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Pass to Holmgren.
Somebody has a bad tasting Crystal Cola, and now they don't like Crystal Cola.
Alexander does. He attacks you relentlessly.
Fucking Coca-Cola company kept our brains in the box.
Shooting only 31% of the game.
Kept us part of the mind control, part of the MK Ultra mind control, making sure that consciousness expanding concepts like Crystal Pepsi aren't allowed into the marketplace.
This is not a player who likes to be trailing in any game. That lights a fire.
Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City.
No, I don't think that would have happened, but it's funny to think about. I mean, and that goes to show that I honestly think there's something to the old argument that Coca-Cola made new Coke on purpose, made it bad on purpose, and made a backlash on purpose, so that when they brought it back and said, this is the old Coke, not only do people all want to drink it out of gratitude to have it be back, they wouldn't notice that in the interim they switched out the fucking sugar for high fructose corn syrup. Diabolical. Between all that and hiring death squads to kill union organizers, pretty much a bad company. Somebody's asking if I've read Behold a Pale Horse. Behold a Pale Horse is a book by Milton William Cooper that is a conspiracy favorite. It's essentially a unified field theory for all UFO conspiracies, secret societies. It's got everything you need. The Soviets and the Americans meeting in a submarine under the Antarctic. But I haven't read the whole thing because it's not, the prose isn't assimilated. But I know the main arcs of it as a conspiracy, as a deeply stewed conspiracy.
Just checked in for Oklahoma City. Wallace comes in for Gilgis Alexander.
Fan, I'm aware of the arcs. I'll admit I generally don't read a lot of the classic texts themselves because most of those guys don't really know how to write, and they love repeating themselves and larding things with purple prose. Just give me the bullet points. That's why I want to throw this out there for anybody who likes conspiracies. One of my favorite documents in conspiracy lore is the skeleton key to the gemstone file. This is a thing that I found on Web 1.0 when I was in high school. I printed it off and read it during lunch, and it's this amazing layout of 20th century history through the lens. It's like a James Ellroy history of the 20th century, where Aristotle Onassis is like the kingpin of all world crime. He's like fucking Fu Manchu. And he, of course, assassinates President Kennedy, but assassinates a million other people in pursuit of global organized crime racketeering problem. And also kidnaps and replaces with a double Howard Hughes. But the thing I like about it is it's bullet points. It's this date, this thing happened. Like a telex. Very Elroy also. I read it right around the time I read American Tabloid, and man, that was peanut butter and jelly. So, love the skeleton key to the gemstone file. But just one more thing about Cooper. So yeah, Behold a Pale Horse is conspiracy, a classic seminal conspiracy text. A lot of people have read it. Not terribly rigorous, but the thing I think is funny about most of all, though, is that less than a week after 9/11, he was confronted by like U.S. Marshals or something over his refusal to pay taxes, and he got a huge shootout with them on his front porch, and he shot one of them in the face, I think, and he got lit up and killed. That happened less than a week after 9/11. I just imagine somebody who was a big fan of his finding that out and just being like, what?
And so it's Oklahoma City.
And then, of course, Hanging With refers to the Mark Curry sitcom from the 90s, Hanging with Mr. Cooper. I put the guy's full name in there as a classic bit of pun-based synergy, which I like to do with the titles for some of these. Like a little make 'em up. We like to have fun here at the Twitch stream of Chapo FYM.
And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assistant.
Someone wants to have an explanation for the Tsarnaev FBI thing that Felix mentioned. So Joe Carr had his death sentence overturned on appeal today.
Way to break down the defense with the handle.
And Felix pointed out that we'll probably never find out the truth about the Boston bombing, which most likely at some point involved the fact that Tamerlane, the older brother who died during the shootout, got run over by his brother, was in all likelihood some sort of CIA asset, either a informant or someone who was like being run in some way or another by the agency. And the evidence for that is obviously circumstantial but significant. One of the main pieces of evidence is that a year before the Boston bombing, 3 people were found dead, including Joe Carr's best friend in a gym where he had worked out, covered in like drugs. The local police, their investigation was almost immediately taken over by the FBI, who, according to their own statements, never interviewed the Tamerlane, even though he was the best friend of one of the victims. And no one was ever charged for a triple murder that the FBI was supposed to investigate for a year. And then, of course, there's the fact that there's a bunch of weird shit with Tamerlane and the timeline There's the fact that he went to Dagestan, went to the Caucasus, and met with jihad leaders, and the FSB actually informed the U.S. government and said, hey, this guy's been in areas with terrorist activity, meeting with people that are suspicious, and it was never followed up upon officially. Also, you have the fact that the FBI does not even claim that the Tsarnaevs made the bomb. They stipulate that someone else made the bomb, but they have never said who it is. And there's never been anything charged with having built the bomb. And then there's the fact that a Tamerlane associate, a Tsarnaev associate, was being interrogated by the FBI in Florida, and out of nowhere grabbed a broom or something, according to the agent, who then shot him in the back.
Shooting from Oklahoma City, Wallace at the line for 2.
This country was a great experiment, but that's all it was an experiment. An experiment to see if European kingdoms could do democracy. And guess what? We can't. Turns out, we elected a reality TV star as president, and he wants to do fascism.
And good on the second, so he makes a move.
That's the reality of our situation. I say 44 million people could rise up in our state, and we could fucking, not gonna say it, TOS Donald Trump.
Competition at that age. Pastor Hauser.
Yeah, the closest Pennsylvanians, man. You're not going too far from the capital.
Tatum's got 6 in the quarter.
This country was a...
Guys, every single day that I find like one person who says something that makes so much fucking sense, and or something that is just like good in general, there's like 1,000 of you motherfuckers who say the stupidest shit.
Like, we're hitting levels of retardation that have never been possible before. Honestly, like 27 chromosomes, 60 chromosomes, gorilla chromosomes.
They've gone 2 of 5 from the field in this final quarter.
Lobster level chromosome here.
Guys,
your video tomorrow. Hey, what's up, bitches? It is episode 4, 5 of the Shlama Show Experience.
I think actually like 6.
Damn. My lungs are fucked. We got, of course, Check the Great. We got Eli. We got Tanner. We got the boys. So, topics. I'm not saying SS. That doesn't sound good.
No,
I'm part of the SS. Oh no, I'm
Super Salty Squad.
Super Salty Squad. So we got our topic of the day is, of course, no topic. There's never any topic. The show is brought to you by Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, part of a nutritious breakfast since 1893.
And they were putting fucking wood chips in ketchup.
Yeah, when they're putting wood chips and ketchup. Kellogg's was one of the first original whole foods. A nutritious breakfast, also part of a medicinal breakfast in 1893. Kellogg's Corn Flakes. I fucking hate retards. I don't care how much heat this tape gets. I fucking hate retards. So just about 5 minutes ago, we were hanging out with someone who I consider a friend, but you know, there's issues. And then we're watching my videos, you know, having a great general time. And then this fucking homunculus troglodyte-looking bitch named, we'll call her Alana, comes up and she's like, "Hey, and of course Star goes, yeah. And then she's like something about, "I'm sorry, I'm hanging out with a girl," and it's like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, Eli and I are both men. You don't see us sucking each other off. Like, you don't see, like, just because you're hanging out with a girl and you're a girl doesn't mean you're obviously fucking lesbian. Like, oh yeah, because obviously, if you hang out with a girl and you're a girl, or you hang out with a guy and you're a guy, obviously you're a faggot. Obviously.
This is coming from a bisexual man.
Obviously, you're the biggest faggot around. Clearly, there is nothing wrong with hanging out with the same sex. Obviously, if you hang out with the same sex, you're looking to fuck. It must be the same way if you hang out with a girl. Damn. All of those girls who called me friends because they can relate to someone who is a little bit feminine. Oh, I guess I was the biggest fuckboy around in middle school. Damn, I was a pimp. I was big pimping in middle school, Eli. Do you know that? So yeah, this is the topic of the video, I guess.
No. Actually, no. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the topic of the video. Eli. Damn, Eli must have been like the king of the pimps, bruh. Getting all the bitches. I fucking hate how toxic our societal view on sexuality is. Like, if you ain't fucking constantly, you're a pathetic piece of shit who probably plays video games all day. Now, that's a true statement.
So what if I play video games?
Now, that's a true statement. If you're not fucking all day, you're definitely playing video games, because video games are fucking interesting.
Or jerking off.
Like, dude, if I'm not playing video games, or here's my life schedule. I wake up, I beat my meat. I go get breakfast, I beat my meat. I play video games for about 12 hours straight. I eat dinner, I beat my meat, I go to bed. That's not if I'm working. If I'm working, here's what I do. I go home, I wake up, I beat my meat, I go to work. I work, I go home, I beat my meat, I go to bed. That's about it. It is the best life I've ever lived. Got anything to add, Eli? It's kind of hard to top that, like.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard.
Move on.
If you're a thought, kill yourself. I love this park, by the way. It's a beautiful day at the park. It's like 68 degrees.
That's 68 somewhere around there.
It's perfect room temperature.
Mid-August, and it's like
it's pretty as can be. It's why I'm kind of sad the fair's not going out. I really wish the fair was going. Weather's beautiful.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, around the borough that we live in, there's something that goes on every fucking
year. It's like if fucking God came to town for a week.
Yeah.
Like the Beatles were around. That's what's fair.
Literally every single person that lives within this borough alone.
Like this county is like this fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people come in from like
everywhere. This fair is amazing. A lot of the vendors are from like New York, like the food vendors.
Yeah, we'll see.
Like I was in New York and I saw the Campy's pizza truck and I was like, oh, I want to stop and get some Campy's. They're Campy's pizza. I miss Fair. I want to do Fair. I'm kind of sad that festival season and fair season are dead.
The festival season this year is canceled, obviously, because there's a pandemic going on.
Yeah, in case you guys didn't know, there's a little bit of a pandemic going on.
And in the U.S., Brazil...
Oh, God.
The poorest first world
country... Did you just say shithole?
Translates in Brazilian Portuguese to shithole, anyway.
Yeah, Brazil is the shithole that we call Brazil.
So...
Oh, have you heard of the Bolsonaro bucks? They're worth like half a penny. Yeah, the Bolsonaro bucks because of the president dictator Bolsonaro.
Oh.
Yeah, his name is Bolsonaro, so his balls are pretty narrow.
So yeah, anyway. The fact that we also both have jobs at a gas station that is literally a block away.
We're thick-ass working-class men, bitch! The video.
With a short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Well, I was able to catch up with Eric Spoelstra a few minutes ago. Now, of course, I asked Coach what his plan was.
Watch your neck, Chad! Watch your neck, Chad!
This video is brought to you by the big pile of shit called Thomas Wolf, the governor of Pennsylvania.
I've had it with these motherfuckers trying to tell me how to run my channel. Before we get into that, here's a word from today's sponsor. Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Whoa. What the fuck are you doing there, son? I bet you don't like those cornflakes. Yeah? Well, I'm gonna change your mind, okay? Who are these kids? What are they doing here? Son? What the fuck is this? This has nothing to do with cornflakes. What the fuck? I guess they're giving you cornflakes now. Please don't tell your mother. Do you want to know how to commit career suicide? Nope. Wrong. This is Pennsylvania's Governor Thomas Wolf. A bit of a cuck, if you ask me. Tom Wolf is disobeying his basic governing job. He's supposed to represent the people.
You belong on.
The representatives are supposed to come to him, and he's supposed to listen to what they say. He is not doing that, however, and it shows. There's been a bill called H.R. 836, right?
Oh, come on!
Basically,
You gotta admit this is cool!
The state of emergency in Pennsylvania is over. Tom Wolf says, fuck you, and he ignores it. And thus begins the downward spiral.
We can't expect God to do all the work.
I know I'm using Hitler at a very sensitive time in America, but I just want to get the point across that what Tom Wolf is doing is the act of a tyrant. It is not the act of a democratic leader. And I really hope that these next few days or weeks will be sorted out well for our state. And for our country as a whole. Our country has been going through so much, so rapidly, that it's not even funny. To joke about it is wrong, which is sad, because usually I make those edgy jokes, but it just makes me feel bad to make those jokes. Tom Wolf, fuck you. I think that's all that needs to be said. To the memes. So you've made it this far, so I'm going to say my final thought before we get straight to the memes. Now's the time for war, bitches! I want you all to think about the challenge. This was a very sad accident. Well, let me give you some happy news about the future. I know that sounds fucking impossible, but let me try. So when they were preparing to do the Challenger, they were doing a contest to see who would be the guest astronaut. And originally there was no contest. It was just going to be, they were going to send some entertainment icon up into space. Well, NASA was making a deal with Jim Henson and the Muppets, and they decided they were going to send Big Bird up into the Challenger. But after much needed and much heated debate, they figured out that maybe Big Bird was not a good idea to send into space. They were going to broadcast this too. They were going to broadcast in the spaceship, interview Big Bird, ask Big Bird questions, basically do whatever they wanted to make this event happen. And it was really, NASA and Jim Henson were really upset that it happened.
This morning it looked as though they were not going to be able to get off.
But the Muppet Company, Jim Henson Company, were very upset. And so they decided to send a teacher to space. And then the ship fucking exploded. So, put that in perspective. There is a not too far off alternate universe where not only does the Challenger explode, but also Big Bird fucking dies in the Challenger. And that shit blows me away every time. I could not think of a better way to send Big Bird off than an explosion like the Challenger. You do not know how traumatizing that would be for little kids to see Big Bird die. Just close your eyes. You're meditating. You're watching TV in the, I think, late 80s, early 90s, and there's a spaceship launch. You're excited. You're thrilled. So your eyes are glued to the screen. 30 seconds into the ship, they say, Big Bird is on board. I repeat, Big Bird is on board. You hear the Houston 10, 45 seconds, 8, 7,
Checking with the recovery forces. What can be done at this
but little do you know, the Challenger is about to happen. It's going about 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, and it fucking explodes! People stare in horror as not only an astronaut, children's icon, Big Bird, has been blown into space. You see his legs fall onto the floor. Your phone still glued.
Enemies are very efficient, 5 for 6 on the game. Well, his offense is carrying them right now, and even with the defense keying on him, he's making great adjustments on the fly. Now, Heroes. And the hit. Another nice against
Oh, this bridge looks really fun, actually. Just cut my fucking intro.
6 to shoot.
I'm gonna try and climb this. Hold on to my camera. Oh, motherfucker.
And the layup is good.
Oh, shit. Like, fucking shit.
That's where the Aaron Fox
I can do this. I ain't no bitch.
He wants to get inside and finish.
My ball. I fucking hate her. Oh, God. I'm the king of the dunes. How much would you pay me if I jumped? Fuck, no, I ain't. Dude, I can literally see the bank of the water. Like, no, I'm good. No, if you can literally see the fucking bank of the water, you might as well just start fucking laughing at it. Right, I mean,
Nice, but it's just a pain in the dick.
it feels like I have testicular cancer every time I see that $16 go away. I mean, it was $12, but then I upgraded it, so it's my choice.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted the fucking food.
Always.
The scoring numbers have been solid.
Roll. It's going once again.
Fox kicks to right. Pass to Gaffney. It's Hero. Brown, no good. Higgins with it.
You see, the Scholarship Network works, not me personally.
Shoots over White. Hero, no good.
14 hours. It was definitely a high that I...
Right. You wake up and I'm like, after you sleep for like that long, I need a nap again.
Right.
Like, what was I dreaming about? Doing like a 3-hour long marathon? I'm fucking exhausted.
Exactly, but I took too much cough and cold medicine, and the cough and cold medicine that I had dextromorphan in it, and dextromorphan or DXM is a dissociative apparently. People use it to get high. I knew about it because like people drink Robitussin and shit like that.
Like codeine.
Yeah.
Codeine cough syrup.
But like people drink Robitussin for the DXM, and I was like, yeah, that's the thing. I didn't think I would take too much of it. I didn't think that was ever going to happen because DXM is a rather scary experience, actually. But I accidentally took too much because I was just trying to get this cough and cold out of my system, and it did. It's gone. It's gone a little bit. I still cough. I always cough a little bit. But I was out of it for like 14 hours. It was definitely a high that I did not want, but nonetheless a high. It was fun because I could watch TV and be awake and not sleep. But I really wanted to fucking sleep. I really wanted to fucking sleep. So yeah, that's word for the audience. Don't take too much cough syrup.
Yeah.
Don't. We'll be out of it.
We'll be off.
Although the cough syrup I take, I was taking like cold and cough pills, but like regardless, same thing. Don't take too much cough syrup. Same fucking difference. But it's been 2 weeks since my last video. We're back better than ever. I got some new outfits. Actually, I got a shit ton of outfits today at my grandma's. A lot of like long sleeve, like flannel type shit, but I don't care. Shit looks nice on me. I got a nice windbreaker hoodie, tracksuit, and a jean jacket. And I'm doing a lot of jean jacket shit. Like a lot of denim. Majority of the flannels and shit that I got are like denim, so I'm gonna become jean man for a bit.
Jean man.
But yeah, we're back into it. We got, of course, check the great Eli here. My throat's still a little bit phlegmy, but I don't fucking care. So how's it been? The last 2 weeks, has there been anything I missed?
It's been, uneventful in certain spots, and it's been eventful.
We're used to the stretch big man. Into a very effective package. Yeah, he has a good hand. He's got a great hand. He misses the free throw.
This video is actually brought to you by Monster Energy Drink. Since the early 90s, Monster Energy Drink has been providing the greatest source of action. It begins the same way it ended. Me criticizing, and the real ones criticizing the current leader. It begins. Sure move, Biden. Sure move.
Here's Christie. No scoring in
I want to unveil the plan onto everyone who is watching. So for those who don't know,
Over to the wing.
I'd say starting back in August, I was talking about how I had a plan when Biden becomes president, and I've dropped little hints about what that plan is when Biden's president. Well, now it's that time. My plan is to radicalize as many people as I can in a quick period of time to push for a more progressive candidate in America. More progressive than we've ever had. That's why you may have noticed I was talking about Bernie for a bit, but then when Bernie dropped out, I switched to Biden because we needed Trump gone. I am a socialist. I technically want socialism for America, but I feel that democratic socialism currently is our best step. My main goal is for people to be radicalized. That is the plan. That is why January 6th, I started picking up with the rapid videos about rapid topics. That is the plan. We're going to criticize Biden whenever he does something fucking dumb, idiotic, and we're gonna tell people that the Democratic Party is honestly on par with the Republicans. That is the plan.
I mean, the rebounding was the difference in that first period. You've got to block these guys out.
Hey, look, it's simple. More rebounds means more possessions, and that's clearly been their priority. The Heat trail by 6 on the court right now for the Celtics. Jason Tatum is out there with Christie. Then it's Santi Aldama, and it's Hauser in at the small forward position. And he's good on the 3-ball. And he is so good from deep. Miro puts up high percentages on high volume. Here's Christie. On the wing, Rozier, guarded by Tatum. He gets that one.
And pulls out with
I have a vision of a Pennsylvania where we can be our own, where our sovereignty can be achieved. 13.59 million people live in our largest commonwealth. That makes up about 5% of our nation. I feel it's time for a national divorce. America was described as a great experiment to see if European kingdoms could be democracy in the New World. I believe we have failed. Pennsylvania makes up some of the most diverse, deciduous forests of the eastern seaboard. Our forests cover 60% of our commonwealth, roughly 17 million acres. That is 2 billion trees, roughly. 13.5 million homes. That is more than Ireland, England, Croatia, Panama, Uruguay, and imagine if we had imagine if we had a military. Disney forces from each of our 60-something counties, and we the Commonwealth vision is the vision of the nation. 5% of our nation. I feel it's time for a national divorce. America was...
Take the next
step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut...
Do you think Hassan's stream on YouTube today will be actually bigger than his normal stream on Twitch? No. If he breaks 20K, I consider that to be a huge W. 23,000 live viewers? He's at 92K, just updated again! He's at 95K! The Zionists are accidentally going to make Hassan more ambitious. I think Twitch, Hassan was the worst mistake they ever could have made. Let's be completely honest for why Hassan was banned, alright? Hassan was banned for criticizing ICE. Let's be clear about that. The reason why they're going after Hassan is because of how powerful we are. And they're scared. That's why they bought TikTok. But here's the thing. We'll just move. We'll get around it. Personally, I think it's dumb as... I think it's dumb as... But we have to be smarter than that. It is directly in the rules. You can't do that. I think it's absurd. Twitch thinks they're reading the room by copying TikTok. No, this is a rule that's been in place for a while, chat. You're not allowed to say Zionist name of animal. It's just literally... It's been a rule since they banned Brogan and her panel. That TOS is dumb as I can say Democrat pig or Republican pig. Hell, I can say American pig, but I'm not allowed to say Zionist. That's insane. Now, I want you to understand that is, in my opinion, more damaging to Jewish people than actually censoring it. And I think this is why it's important to understand that the movement of Zionism is a movement of fascism, because they think banning people for saying this is going to make people intimidated, and it will not. It's the brain of a fascist where they're like, oh, we're just going to make rules, and if you break the rules, it's going to make you like us. People do not like that. It does not work. And the reason why they're saying you can't criticize, you can't say Zionist in the name of animal, is because that's anti-Semitic. Now, I know a lot of people that are Zionists who are not Jewish. So how the can it be anti-Semitic to say Zionist name of animal? I don't understand it. You're not allowed to, I also don't get it. Are you not allowed to say, Zionist tiger? Is that a bannable offense? I legitimately don't know. I don't know. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense to me. Isn't Asmongold calling Somalis parasites every single day? Well, you're allowed to say, as far as I understand, you're allowed to say British pig. You're allowed to say liberal pig. You're allowed to say communist pig. You're allowed to say nationalist pig. You're allowed, I think you're allowed to say Islamist pig. Anyway, okay, why did I say this? So Hassan says you could say Nazi pig on Twitch, you could say Democrat pig, you could say Republican pig, you could say Islamist pig. You cannot say Zionist. The ADL, which is an arm of Israel suppression in the West that works with law enforcement and does espionage, has made it a bannable offense. And he just yoinked my argument. They want people to become Nazis and fascists. Fascists are his biggest supporters. Oh, I mean, that's true. I mean, Nick Fuentes supports Netanyahu. There's really no, the only reason Nick Fuentes even pretends to be against is because normal people look at what is doing and they're disgusted. And the only people that were fighting against it were the left. So, like most fascists, they just opportunistically tried to grab onto that successful messaging and convert it to their own. But they don't actually oppose it. They just want to do what he's doing in America. That's it. He's banned for 3 days. They reduced it already. I got banned on Twitch for 7 days, 3 with an appeal, because of the ADL doesn't like that I was covering DHS's new surveillance list of domestic terrorists, which entail anti-ICE and pro-Palestine activists. I will be live here tomorrow at 11 a.m. PST for my regular broadcast and will cover the ICE out of LA protest. I will not be deterred, and neither should you. F ICE, F is... I mean, obviously, here's the thing. The ADL doesn't think of the right as a threat. They're not, because they're not a threat. Nick Fuentes supports what Donald Trump does as an imperialist. Is an important part of America's imperialist structure. So, of course, Nick Fuentes pretending to be anti-is not real. You understand that? Of course it's not real. How could it be anti-Semitic when most Zionists are Christian? Yes, good question. Which updated their hateful conduct policy because of it. The funniest thing about this is, ultimately, this doesn't even matter. One of the things that's really funny about this is, obviously, Twitch is stupid. I want you to understand this.
Saying as a coach, what was the most difficult part when transitioning from
And most of the people that are Zionists are not Jewish. So who the fuck are you supposedly slurring? America is primarily Christian Zionists from the Deep South Republican Party, evangelicals, who believe anti-Semitically that if all the Jews return to Israel, it'll cause Armageddon. That's what they're trying. They're trying to make their prophecy true by taking Jews and moving them to Israel and then having a nuclear war.
Now, Twitch has banned streamer Hassan Piker for his comments on ICE tracking Alex Preddy. Quote, this is what Hassan said. 2 senior national security officials tell me there are more than a dozen secret watch lists that Homeland Security is using to track protesters, both anti-ICE protesters and pro-Palestinian protesters. Okay? Hassan continues, this is another big suck my dick to all the Israel dick riders out there, you rabid ultra-Zionist pigs. You run around going, why are you tying this back to Palestine? Because this is precisely the same you Israel first monsters. So what he's saying there is, everybody
Sorry to say this, but your country is owned by Israel. What country are you in? I'm just curious. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm just curious. What country are you in? Greece. You are a puppet of the United States. And you know that. I mean, what we did to you in the Greek financial crisis, the U.S. did that to you. You are a puppet of the United States. Therefore, you are also a puppet of Israel. I mean, we interfered, the Greek Civil War, we supported the fascist collaborators and defeated the socialists. Beat 40,000, which that might happen. If he breaks 20K, I consider that to be a huge W. If he breaks 30K, he's cooking. If he breaks 40K, that would be insane. Like, I figured out how to get my Nazi racist father to shut the fuck up Facebook. I just bully him until he deletes his post. Thanks for the inspo. Correct. That's the only way to go. That's literally the only way to go. Not like actually bully, but like confront.
He says he was reporting as a...
They usually will...
The motherfucker is at 23,000 live viewers? God, maybe we should do the dual streams. Maybe today is the day we start the dual streams. Holy shit, Asma going at 37K and Hassan at 75K? Alright, how do you... Okay, is there a place, like, what's the front page of YouTube streaming? Someone explain to me YouTube streaming. I guess it just pops up on people's recommended, right? 84K watching. Oh my god. Live, you click live, and then I guess it's just people that you've watched before. Oh my god, there's an H3 show going on. Holy oh dude. He's at 92K, just updated again! I gotta do another screenshot! Holy sh! This is like, he's at 95K! Okay, chat. What we need to do, remember when I said 20K was a win? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my, the only reason I haven't done the YouTube streaming.
If I joined Venmo Stash, there would be signs. Venmo launched a rewards program.
The release of the book Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s in 2019 kicked off a tidal wave of speculation about possible CIA involvement in the Charles Manson case. The author, Tom O'Neill, had discovered evidence which seemed to suggest the existence of a relationship between the cult leader Charles Manson and the MK-Ultra doctor Jolly West, along with the mysterious alleged CIA spy named Reed Whitson. O'Neill implies that Manson hadn't just been subjected to MK-Ultra techniques, but that he had somehow learned the brainwashing process from the CIA and then used it on his followers, turning the so-called Manson family cult into mind-controlled robots willing to kill at his command. And although O'Neill wasn't able to conclusively prove his thesis, many of his readers found the evidence of CIA involvement convincing. What fewer people realize, however, is that conspiracy theories about mind-controlled assassins actually have a long pedigree in modern American history, predating the release of Chaos by several decades. After the revelations about the CIA's mind control experiments in the Church Committee hearings and the Rockefeller Commission, and especially with the release of the books The Search for the Manchurian Candidate and Operation